Moin, everybody. You heard the, let's say, ship honking. We don't really know what that sound is, but it's something like that. So those of you who have been here before know what's going to happen now. For everybody else, I just want to say hello and welcome to the startup area on the ITS this year, to our fourth and for now last session of pitches from startups from 18 different countries. In the next hour and a half, you will have 10 startups pitching from very diverse aspects of mobility and interconnected systems. They will be questions by our jury. Let's hope nicely, let's hope meanly as well, to actually push it a little further. And why do we all do that? This is the third day of this whole area and of the whole aspect of helping startups to connect, innovate, and grow. Grow in a geographic aspect as well as in products and new innovations, maybe with the one or other out there who's listening of you. So we want to say thanks to Ertico to actually making all this happen, to actually giving that stage, and to actually being part of the jury as well here. So before we actually start with the pitches, this session will be part of 10 startups from 6 different countries who are a little further than having a pilot. They already have customers out there, they already have first products out there, and they want to scale and grow. Scaling and growing sounds pretty easy. I'm not sure if it really is. So we actually have someone here who has been in that position before. We have Alex from Graphmasters here. Alex, please come on up to the stage.
Yes,
Put your
hello,
hands
thank
together.
you.
Alex, you told me yourself, you're no longer a startup. Please don't announce I'm a startup or we're a startup. So growing from being a startup to actually being a proper company with quite a few customers, quite a few employees. How did that work, and what was a crucial point or what might have been difficult in your story?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. My name is Alexander from Graphmasters. So the way that we grew was actually definitely by getting the details right with the collaborative routing technology that we developed, but essentially actually, or key to us, was finding our niche, the niche for people who need to know when and where they can actually travel on the streets. And we found that logistics companies have that. They do 120, 180, 240 stops a day. They need to know where their customers are, and they need to know when can they join them. And this is the way that we help them. And one of the ways actually to scale was really, I remember the time when we were like 7 people. Now we're about 80, separated in different countries and locations. And one of the definite things how we grew was by having an office at the Digital Hub here in Hamburg, because there's logistics there and there are the people. So you need to find the right people to do the development of the products, and at the same time being very close to our customers. And we are very fortunate to have a very big customer at that time actually here in Hamburg. By now it's a couple of more here in Hamburg, but this is the way actually to do it. So you need to continue to focus on your product, you need to continue to scale it up, and then you need to be there where your people and where your customers are. Thank you very much. Have a good day, and will be at my little desk.
Thanks, Alex. All right, that is a short introduction to everything. What's going to happen now? We have 10 startups pitching in very diverse fields of mobility and interconnected systems. All of them have 3 minutes, and we do have a timer, so it's a rather tight schedule. 3 minutes to pitch their solution, and then we have 2 minutes Q&A for everyone. And in the end, we're gonna actually assess who is the winner of this session. This is the 4th pitching session. This afternoon at 2 p.m., we will have our Champions League. So out of each of the sessions, the winner, which will in the end be 4, will be pitching again, and we'll have a rather different and very interesting Q&A session, I can promise already. So it's worth coming back at 2 p.m. this afternoon. And how do we assess who's going to win today? Well, I'm not going to do it. Unfortunately, now you're not going to do it as well, but we have 3 people who do know a bit about mobility and interconnected systems. That's our jury. And I would like you guys to introduce yourselves because nobody else can do it better than you. So let's say hello, and do you want to introduce yourself? You want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks a lot for this opportunity. That's fantastic feeling here. I hope you do the same. My name is Frank Daams, and I'm a senior manager at Ertico, dealing with a number of automobility and mobility projects, and in various projects that we do. Also authority-related projects, but also introductions into cities. You can name it, you find it on our website. And personally, in Ertico, I'm responsible for the Startup and Scale-Up program that we do for our partner network and, of course, for the scalers and the innovators. So what we do is connect, innovate, and grow. And that's exactly our motto. Today, it's all about growth, and I'm looking forward to be in the jury and see the progress on that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Frank. Timon.
Hi there, my name is Timon Rupp. I'm founder and CEO of the Drivery. It's the largest marketplace for mobility innovation in Europe. We are sitting in Berlin. It's a large infrastructure optimized for mobility startups and corporates, VCs, politicians. We do the matchmaking. We try to help everyone around to innovate the future of mobility just by being together and consolidate the knowledge and the expertise we have. Everyone is welcome to join. The doors are open. Once you are in Berlin, just knock the doors at the Drivery.
Thank you, Frank. And Simon.
Yeah, my name is Simon Herzog from Unternehmertum in Munich. Our doors are also open, so happy to welcome you. My office is in the Munich Urban Collab, and I'm somehow a startup technology and technology analyst. So together with my friends and partners from Digital Hub Logistics in Hamburg, we curated and designed the startup area here. And yeah, I'm very curious on the pitches here today. Thank you.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. And let's hope you have a lot of energy in you and a lot of attention for the next hour and a half. How are they actually going to assess what they see? We talked to them before and we identified 4 criteria just for your transparency. What are they looking for? They're looking for products, ideas that have a certain relevance to the market, which means they actually address proper pain points out there and try to solve them, and also have a market that is big enough and has an importance. Second one is, do they have the right capabilities? Even though the market is there, are they the right ones to do it? Do they have the right team, the right network, or the right competences? And the third one is the one we're always very curious about. It's kind of storytelling. It's connected to a vision and a wow effect. Is there a wow thing about it? Is this idea really new, only to them? Or is it new to the industry? Or let's be brave, maybe it's even new to the world. That's what we're looking for as well. Let's see, we're ambitious. And the last one is kind of up to the jury. It really depends on, they might have specific aspects they're already looking for. So it's kind of a bonus thing. I don't know a lot about it either, but we'll see how they assess, and we'll for sure ask them. All right, you're not here to hear me talk, not here to hear them talk that much either. You're here to actually start listening to Dominic. Dominic is our first startup from Veomo, and they're actually tackling the challenge of transparency in the jungle of public transport solutions. Let's see what's that all about. Dominic, the 3 minutes will start now.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Dominic, and I think we have to be honest with ourselves. While we are talking here about intelligent transport systems and drones and autonomous driving, the greater majority out there never used a bike sharing system, or they even don't know that they can actually use it. So we think that major problem is the intransparency of mobility data. And one reason for that is the zero thinking and the hardware barriers public transport authorities have right now. And we don't have to break up these silos. No, we have to build bridges and connect them. And this is actually what we did. So we aggregated so far more than 100 new mobility providers in Germany and Austria. And we built a lot of different visualization dashboards out of that. And one of them is the departure board for intermodal journeys. So you can see at one glance the next departures of public transport, but also the availability of car sharing, taxi services, scooter sharing, bike sharers, but also exclusive services like you have here at the trade fair with shuttle services and on-demand services. And this visualization can be published on all devices, on big screens, on your computer in the intranet, but also as an in-app version in your employee app. And since we're at the ITS, I just want to show you some public transportation authorities we have right now from the Deutsche Bahn or like in Münster, who are already using our system. We have around 600 screens out in Germany so far, and our business model is based on a software as a service model. So the companies are paying us per location, and yeah. And we are really impact driven. So at the Deutsche Bahn, we made a survey that 77% of the passengers see our service as very useful. That means we don't have to print anymore any passenger information on paper and hang it somewhere where nobody can get it. But also at the airport, 39% of the passengers can rethink their mobility behavior just on real-time information. How awesome is that? And one other big thing is, for sure, we have to bring the passengers to these new mobility providers. And at Münster, we found out that 8%, when they saw our screen, they immediately signed up for it. And the ITS is a perfect proof for us, because the ITS hired us to hang out screens around the city, also at the home port and here at the trade fair, to also visualize the shuttle services they have and to inform everyone here about the mobility opportunities they have in front of the door. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, just show up over here. We have also a few screens from us.
Thanks a lot, Dominic, for your inspiring speech. My first question is, what are your next product development steps after the dashboard?
So for the dashboard, we want to make it more interactive. We have seen a lot of people touching at the screens and want to get more information. So think about, you just click on the next car sharing provider you're interested in, you get a QR code, you can download the app. Our mission is to make mobility information really, really easy accessible to the people. And I think interactivity of our screens is really important for that.
Dominic, fantastic. I know a company that grew heavily in this type of business. And in fact, I have two questions, if I may, but I've only allowed to one, maybe, I don't know. So my major question here is, it's all about scalability and growth.
Yeah.
Tell me, how do you plan to grow now?
So our goal strategy is to do rollouts with public transport authorities. If you think about, we have in Germany 2,500 public transportation authorities, and they have all over 100 mobility screens out there. I think the potential just in Germany is really huge. We are not interested in just dropping some monitors at some real estate building. We really want to roll out an entire portfolio. And I think the screens we have already out there have much more potential than what we are showing right now.
Okay.
Yeah. One question. You have collected and consolidated a big data treasure. Do you also think you can contribute to solve mobility issues with that data? Not just transparency, but also solving some of the core issues?
So I think on the end, there are a lot of data platforms out there, and we all have to collaborate. So we have weather informations, we have parking informations, and we want to become Europe's biggest multimodal mobility platform and contribute to this ecosystem to deliver this kind of data before everyone starts to aggregate APIs and try to solve it in the back end, how they work.
Thank you.
Second question? No time? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dominic. All right. that was Dominic talking about transparency. Now we have someone else coming up talking about a very different topic connected to our cities. Let's say hello to Robert from Breeze talking about something like air quality. Let's see. Put your hands together.
Hello, everybody. My name is Robert Heinecke. I'm the founder and CEO of Breeze Technologies. Back in 2014, when I was living and working in Istanbul, I experienced smog for the first time. At some parts of my stay there, I could barely see the other side of the street anymore. And trying to dig deeper into the topic, I had one problem. There wasn't a lot to dig deeper into. Current air quality monitoring technologies are built from paradigms from the 60s and 70s. We have those big, bulky monitoring stations sitting on our roadsides, and it just doesn't make sense. For instance, Hamburg, where we're at, has 15 monitoring sites, a city of 1.8 million people. And for the rest of the cityscape, we have nearly no data at all. And we changed that. We have developed our own lower-cost air quality sensors that cities like Neckarsulm are deploying in their cityscape, 50,000 times smaller and 1,000 times cheaper than the current market standard. And with that, for the first time, we can provide ubiquitous air quality data from the whole urban environment. So we bring these data sets together in our Environmental Intelligence Cloud, where we make them available to our customers and partners and provide insights and intelligence upon that data. For instance, we have an AI that identifies the optimal cleaner actions based on a catalog of more than 3,500 measures we know globally. And with that, we build so-called mutual causal interactions, feedback loops of cleaner action plans that get better over time the more data we actually have. Just to give you some examples of what we have done in the past, here in Hamburg, together with Microsoft, we built the world's densest air quality monitoring network with more than 30 sensors in an area of just 14 square kilometers, which also got a lot of attention internally at Microsoft, as you can see. And as mentioned, for the city of Neckarsulm, for instance, we helped them as a small city to start collecting air quality data provided to their citizens, and also, together with the German Ministry for Transportation, build a cleaner action plan. We make this data available also to other industries like mobility, like sports. Imagine your running app telling you the healthiest route based on your current location. And just as an example, together with a startup from Finland, we launched Healthy Places, an app that in Hamburg and Helsinki tells you how to get from A to B while exposing yourself to as little pollution as possible. Together with the US government, we are now launching an initiative where we also detect wildfires based on air quality data. So it's always about making the data more accessible and actually generating additional insights for societal benefit. And the societal benefit is really at the key of what we're doing by creating transparency about air quality, by facilitating change, by actually providing recommendations and options to improve it, and thereby also putting more pressure on decision makers. This is our team. We're active in 11 countries right now. I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your great speech. So when we think about that polluters like combustion engines disappeared, a shift towards cycling, electric vehicles, electric heating, walking, and so on, when do you think your solution is unnecessary?
Yeah, funny you should say that. I'm actually an advisor to the German Association for Electric Mobility, and electric cars cause pollution as well, just not in the same place, right? You have the factories outside of the cities then that are causing pollution. And we actually, for instance, in the area of ammonia, see that a lot of ammonia comes from agriculture and diffuses into our cities and accumulates there. And even in the cities, the wheels of the cars and the brakes, they're still causing particulate matter. And we have also industry, of course, in our cities.
A fantastic presentation. And what I really like is that you also address the World Congress here, because I saw that you also did business in the USA with the wildfires. How do you obtain that business?
The US government actually reached out to us, and we went through a vetting process, had done laboratory and field demonstrations for them. And now the DHS, as the only German company they're working with, I believe, in this area, selected us to roll out in California.
Also, fantastic presentation. One question, do you have a customer base or do you see a customer base beyond the public sector that you can scale quicker probably because not all the governments are very agile?
Yes, so actually the urban air quality topic is our main concern, but we also do industrial emissions monitoring for chemical and pharmaceutical companies around their industry sites. And we do also do indoor air quality monitoring, which is, we started technologically with this because it's the easiest to do. And what we actually want to get to is using the air quality data to enable additional business cases, like, for instance, the Healthy Places app, and making money with that to fund our own air quality monitoring networks without the public hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thanks a lot. I just wonder if this hall is a healthy place. Maybe we can ask Robert later if they have a sensor here to see how air quality is, especially surrounding the people who have to pitch next. I think they might have quite an effect on the air quality. Let's see. Maybe Joël from France can tell us more about it. The next startup is Syntony, and they're actually trying to make GPS work underground. Let's see what that means and why you do it.
Thank you. So there is a problem. Some years ago, something like 20 years ago, we had a fire inside the Tunnel du Mont Blanc, and they had a lot of killed people. Something like 40 people died. And today, there is a solution. If I am in my car, there is inside the tunnel, I call the fireman because there are a lot of smoke. I call them with my smartphone. I did not install anything specific, and I will be located because we are able to make GPS work underground. We are the only ones. It can be deployed inside subways network, railway, road tunnels, underground facilities like parking, underground mining. We have, for example, totally deployed the underground network of Stockholm subway. The objective is to find victims, to lower the maintenance cost by locating maintenance people and trains, and increase the experience of commuter. I guide you inside the network of the subway, for example. How does it work? So it's a generator which emits GPS signal underground. It's an infrastructure that we deploy. The most important point is the seamless transition. You use the same receiver, the same smartphone, the same app. You do not need to install anything else. You get precise location. It's a plug-and-play system. It's the biggest difference with the Bluetooth beacons and so on is that you do not need to install anything on your smartphone. It's natively compatible. And it's massively important. I don't want to have an emergency location system which works only for people who have installed the right application. So again, it's an infrastructure. We reuse existing telecom antenna inside the tunnel. So for this, it's really quick to be installed. And the key question is, why should my customer pay for this? And they will pay for this because at least they will save lives, but also they will assist their employees in order to be more efficient and also to be assisted if they are in danger. So it's very important for them. We have already a lot of successes, as you can see, but now the market maturity has been found, as we have already had 10 deployment projects today, 5 times, I mean this year, 5 times more than last year. Thank you.
So, thanks a lot. My first question is, where do you see obstacles for starting new projects? So what are the barriers to go into new projects, to come together with municipalities, with infrastructure operators and so on?
So we are creating a new market. Before us, there were no location system underground. So when we meet customers, they say, okay, but I did not have any location system before. Why should I put one? So as soon as we meet, for example, Tunnel du Mont Blanc, okay, they know they have to save life. Many other networks do not have this this experience, and so
So you meet them and everyone buys it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fantastic solution. I'm also personally busy with indoor location, but of course not on that effect. So I know the issues that are arising. It's amazing technology, and of course the compatibility, the backwards compatibility is enormous. I see the potential technology. Tell me, what is your capability for marketing this out in the world?
So yeah, good question. Just now, today, why are we meeting the success? Because major actors in all the domain have recognized our technology. First one in the road, the 5G AA Association, you know they are participating to this show. They have chosen us, they have chosen our technology, and we are being standardized in the 3GPP domain. Second, in the rail domain, companies like Alstom, Thales, and Siemens have also recognized our technology, and they are also integrating our system. And finally, the same in the mining domain. So we are supported by major actors now.
So you use the, let's say, your customers as the channel towards the market, and you're not intend to develop the market channel yourself.
So it's not customer, it's integrators.
Integrators.
Worldwide integrator, yes.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you.
Cheryl. Thank you. Put your hands together for someone pitching in that crowd. And for the next pitch, I actually have to shout out, someone must have slipped. We do have a lot of plants on the stage, but now we also have a lot of earth on here. So challenge is even increasing. And the next one is, again, a very different solution. It's Zina from Berlin, coming from Greater AI. She'll probably pronounce it rightly. And she's going to show us, with all those ideas out there about connectivity, about autonomous driving, you have a lot of input formats like video, pictures, and everything. How can we actually deal with that in a country such as Germany? Let's see about it. Sina, come on up.
Hello and welcome. So my name is Zina, and I'm going to present something about how we can leverage actual image and video data for smart city applications. So as you can see, I mean, there's like a camera filming me. You all have cameras in your pocket, and basically they are everywhere. They're in cars, they are in trains, in train stations, and actually you believe like, hey, this is really good because like there's so much data that we can get, and then we can make use of it for like intelligent video analytics, seeing how many people are there and whatsoever. But the main thing is that there's the GDPR and other privacy regulations that make it a bit more tricky to actually just get all the data that you want. And especially regarding facial recognition, there's like a big outburst now about like, should there be a ban? Some messages even put like a facial blurring solution in the apps. And so it feels like there's a lot of potential, but it's actually really, really hard to get. Because if you actually just blur like my face, you might not 100% know if I'm a woman or a man, like if I look into the camera or to the jury. And so we have like a very innovative solution for covering this, and it's called deep natural anonymization. So this is the original, and this is the anonymized image, and we just detect a person's face, and the basic characteristics is like age, gender, if they wear face masks or sunglasses, and then create a synthetic one in order to have like all the information still available, but it's not the original person. And so the facial landmarks are different, so it's not recognizable by facial recognition algorithms. And here you can see a scene from the Berlin train station, and it looks, maybe the resolution is not the best, but it looks fully normal to you, hopefully, but you can see here that all the faces that you saw before are artificially generated. So just see, like, even that person on the advertisement was caught and anonymized. So here you can just see the artificial faces in the void. And so with Byte AI, like it's no either-or decision between smart video analytics and privacy in Europe, but also, for example, in East Asia, the regulations get stronger and stronger. And here's, for example, an example for what we do with Deutsche Bahn. We have some pilot projects with them where we anonymize directly on the train, take all the camera data that is like collected in the train, anonymize it, and then send the anonymized images out for like seat detection, people flow analysis, and whatsoever. Thank you. So now should the Q&A, can we start?
Very exciting. It's amazing what you can do with AI and anonymization. Can you do it real time already, or does it take some delay?
It always depends on the input data and what you actually want to, or where you deploy and what you want to get out of it. But we reach like almost 20 frames per second, so that's almost real time.
Thank you.
So I have two questions. Is it possible to run it on edge computing devices? And the second one is, are the anonymized pictures recognizable by humans?
So the anonymized faces are recognizable by humans in terms of you still see me as a woman in her early 30s that has like
but I
very
cannot
happy.
recognize Sina.
No, exactly. And it's actually funny because the better you know a person and then you see the anonymized version, the farther it feels away from the actual person. And regarding your first question, yes, it runs on the edge because it's based on generative AI. The models are actually really computing heavy, so you need like at least a NVIDIA Jetson AGX Xavier, so a big machine, but it does work. And this is what we proved now with Deutsche Bahn, for example, in Stuttgart.
Thanks a lot. You were the winner of the Ertico Award in 2019. Give him an applause. Good to meet you again here. I still have a question after all this time. You have the data. What do you do with it?
We delete it, of course. We are a privacy company. Nobody of us sees
how can you
the
assure
data.
me that you delete it?
You can ask. I mean, like it's according to GDPR, it's like the law that we delete it. But also, for example, we had a cloud service, and there in the terms and conditions you see, and we agree that we delete it within 2 hours almost. You can trust us.
Thanks a lot, Sina. Very trustworthy. Put your hands together for her. Thank you. Let's see if they also use the camera data, if we have any in here, and let's see how we look like. All right, next up, again, a very different business model, a very different technology, actually. And what's also very different, I'm going to introduce a Japanese startup, but the person who's coming up, you wouldn't really think he is Japanese. Let's say hello to Adrian from Hackerus. Stage is yours.
Okay, konnichiwa, guten tag, hello. My name is Adrian. I'm with, sorry, me? No slide changing here, what's going on? There we go. Okay, so I'm with a company called Hackerus. We're a scale-up from Kyoto, Japan. And over the past 8 years, we've been working on bringing image and time series analytic capabilities. What I'm here to present specifically is Spectro. So what Spectro is a visual inspection tool for quality controls. What we do is that we look at components of vehicles or transportation infrastructure, and we detect defects and anomalies. These are things like scratches, dents, holes, any type of surface level problem you may find. It's a market-proven product. It's in use across Japan today by companies like Hitachi, Yanmar, Mitsubishi Electric. We have deployments in the automotive and mobility space, as well as in electrification and green tech. What's special about what we do at Hackerus is the core technology that powers our AI engine. It's based around something called sparse modeling. Sparse modeling understands data the same way that the human mind does, and it is especially good for working with very small data sets. As an example of this, we benchmarked Spectro against competing technologies, including both a classifier and a deep learning model, to understand how well can Spectro detect defects and errors. In this case, we're looking at solar cell panels, and as you can see, Spectro works with a far smaller data set, but is able to produce a far better result. Spectro works for your environment. We either integrate it into a factory environment, or we provide it as a cloud module, or even as a native library for real-time actuations when you want to do real-time inspections. Our team is around 80 people today, and we are ready to take what we built in Japan and bring it into the European market. That's why I'm here today. And perhaps my most important slide, why are we here? So I'm here to prospect new partners, customers that tend to be on the automotive tier 1, OEM, or transportation infrastructure side. Specifically for people here at ITS, send me an email, adrian@hackerus.com, and we'll be happy to do a complimentary feasibility study testing how well Spectro can detect defects, errors, anomalies for your inspection use cases. You can also come and meet me at booth 13 over here. Thank you so much.
So Adrian, thanks a lot. Maybe can you think about or describe some further application cases in the field of mobility and logistics? So besides detection of failures?
Yeah, so absolutely. There are probably two fields. One which we're already doing quite well, which is both in Japan and a few deployments here in Germany, which is for new vehicles that are rolling out of the factory for quality inspections. But you can use the same capability for a fleet management company or a mobility management company to look at defects when you're returning a vehicle or you're taking it in for maintenance. We can automate all of the quality inspection that you need to do with these scooters, cars, fleets, all of this. We can take care of those quality inspections. And I think that fits within the future of mobility.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. I guess the effort that you have to do to enter the automotive market must be huge because they have to trust you. So how did you convince your Japanese customers about your technology?
Well, we firmly believe that sort of seeing is believing. So we do these initial feasibility studies where we take a small sample of customer data, we train an initial model, and we show the performance. So we prefer not showing PowerPoint slides and talking too much, but rather actually doing a small project to show what we can do. Then we can move into a proper pilot or even a deployment, but getting to a real project as quickly as possible.
Really amazing. Time is money and good quality is super important. How do you benchmark yourself to competition? Because there are a lot of AI solutions in production out there.
Yep.
So how do you see yourself? Why are you faster and better?
Yeah, absolutely. So machine vision control systems, that's not a new thing at all. I know you've seen this before. I think what differentiates us is the ability to vastly reduce the amounts of false positives and the amount of reclassifications that's needed by human inspectors. And this goes back to the sparse modeling-based AI engine, which is particularly good at working with these rare small defects that you don't find so often.
It's a unique value proposition. You have also IP on that, or is it?
Yes, so this is patented in Japan, not in Europe yet. I'm trying, but as you know, these things take time.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Adrian. So you better go fill out this patent form, right? Well, we continue with the next pitch. And going from Japan all the way around the world, we're actually having a look and getting to know from Brazil, Adrian from InfraCities. Adrian, come on up to the stage and tell us what InfraCities does.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Silva Aloysio, and I would like to present InfraCities, the next generation of infrastructure and mobility for smart cities. Cities are growing fast, and now we need more and more infrastructure. Only in the United States, $4 trillion are spent in the next 10 years for infrastructure. And my question, is our infrastructure fit for smart cities? And is our infrastructure fit for an intelligent transport system? We need to more and more efficient, resilient, and these structures for today. Only United Kingdom, 7 billion pounds are lost every year for this point. When I said we need a safe, efficient, resilient, and sustainable infrastructure for our cities today. So, what is the way? The way is looking for the best practices around the road. And we are looking for about the standard, international standard, and mainly about smart cities. And this is important to understand. For the complete idea in the city, we need for a holistic view from our city, for energy, waste, water, ICT, and mainly transportation. In the holistic view is a point for all this, and people in smart communities. So, I would like to present infra-city systems according the international standard to put in order all facilities under the pavement from sidewalk, natural gas, and telecommunication, water, power lines in a safe and organized way to save money for this. And the great opportunity to transform it in efficient, resilient, and sustainable infrastructure. The plastic waste, this is a great problem around the road. We are built and tested for 2 years in a technological park in Brazil, and we presented 30% in reduction cost for the construction and 70% reduction in maintenance and operation cost, mainly to reduce for the maintenance in the pavement of the roads. And we have an opportunity for a new business and a PPP model, a reference in Germany for a course, memorandum and prizes, and around the road, and about the conference and prize too. And we have several partners in Brazil and in other countries, and a project in Foz do Iguaçu City, in São Paulo City, the major city in Brazil, and our resort in Brazil. And thank you so much, and have a nice day today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. Simple question, can you please repeat what is your product or service?
Sorry?
What is your product or your service?
Yeah. Our product is a system, is a technology. Is mainly we create this bay, this plastic bay, to introduce all facilities under this bay. It's a plastic bay, yes.
It was a cabling or a kind of...
Exactly. It looks like this, but the underground. Because for example, in all cities in the world is a mess. The underground is very credible, and we have several problems, mainly for maintenance operation of this.
Thank you.
So thanks a lot for your great presentation. When it comes to the end of life of your product, do you have a concept to get it out of the ground or to recycle it, or if it needs to be renewed?
Sorry, excuse me.
Do you have a concept for getting it out of the ground?
Yes. Yeah, you have an important service for maintenance and operation. This is our question. It's very easy to repair all facilities in the bay. And when I remove only the pavement, remove the sand, and prepare this fix this infrastructure, and put all material in the same place. This is our idea for the maintenance. This is a question. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it definitely solves an issue that I detected in my street.
Exactly.
And they, for the 10th time, opened it and to put a new cable in.
Yeah.
So is your solution avoiding this problem, that if you have a new cable that comes into the street, that you immediately can put it through your pipe?
Yeah, exactly. And our idea is working in 2 ways, and a new equipment for new cities or new spaces, and mainly, for example, for São Paulo City, is for replace old part. This is important to replace this. It's mainly for this maintenance in the cities.
Thanks a lot, Adrian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we just talked about cities and infrastructure, And the next startup coming up is also talking about safety in cities. And Amanda from Microtraffic is actually going to tell us how she's trying to solve lives with their startup. Come on up to the stage. Put your hands together for her, please.
Well, good morning. My name is Amanda Pushka, and I'm a road safety engineer and VP of customer teams at Microtraffic. Now, I'm willing to guess that everyone in this room has been involved in an event that nearly resulted in a traffic collision, either in your car, on your bike, or on foot. Microtraffic measures near misses at intersections using AI-powered computer vision and overhead video to help cities plan and monitor the effectiveness of the road safety treatments. Over the past 22 months, we've all experienced a global pandemic that claimed the lives of 1.3 million people right here in Europe. However, every single year for decades, we face another public health crisis that claims the lives of 1.3 million people globally, and that's road traffic crashes. And when someone in my world was killed on their bike last year, this problem became much more personal. Now, similar to the prevention measures that are used for COVID-19, transportation agencies can vaccinate their road system by applying effective safety treatments. However, there's insufficient data that's available for decision makers, and so there hasn't been significant improvement in this area. Most of these decisions are made by relying on historical and statistically unreliable collision data. This approach is reactive, and every year, collisions continue to occur and people continue to die. Using Microtraffic's AI-powered risk diagnostic technology, agencies can transition to a proactive approach by identifying the risk agencies before the collisions occur. Our world-class software works for all different road user types and creates spatially accurate tracks from monocular video. Microtraffic has uniquely leveraged our road safety engineering expertise to develop risk models that are extremely accurate in predicting injury crash likelihood by relying on 5 different kinetic energy variables. And on average, we see an 80% reduction in risk following precision improvement plans based on our data. Now, while there are approximately 60 million intersections globally, Microtraffic is targeting cities with populations of more than 100,000 people in high-income countries. This target group includes 3,600 cities and 7.2 million intersections. On average, the road safety crisis costs this target group of cities $360 billion US annually. Since our founding, Microtraffic has worked with customers in more than 75 communities globally, including LA, New York, Toronto, Amsterdam, and Tokyo. We provided customers with precise risk diagnostic data, which in turn has scheduled hundreds of tangible road safety improvements. By partnering with local experts such as Mobicon, it's really helped us expand our global impact. So if you're from the public sector, we'd love to talk to you about providing you with precise risk diagnostic data to help you identify risk, measure rapid reduction, and save lives. Our approach is transferable to radar and LiDAR sensors. So if you're from an ITS platform provider, we'd love to talk to you about empowering edge diagnostics, real-time safety adjustment, V2X warnings, and safety platforms within your ecosystem. At Microtraffic, we're extremely passionate about helping agencies vaccinate their road system. Thank you.
So thanks a lot for addressing this super relevant topic. So when I, as a municipality, want to introduce your system, what are the steps and the costs in brief?
Yeah, so we use existing camera types, either a permanent camera that's installed or a temporary camera, and we run our software from different camera types and camera control systems. So the first step is obtaining the video, and then our AI software will run through the diagnostic data, which we'll provide back to you in a comprehensive and easy to understand report.
Okay, and can you estimate the costs, or?
Yeah, so I'd be happy to talk about particular costs on if you come by my booth at booth 20.
Okay, then I will come later.
So I understood correctly that your software is not running only on infrastructure cameras, but also on cameras within the car?
No, we're only running at permanently mounted aerial cameras at intersections or temporary cameras, but not from
How do you keep pace with the development of smarter cars that predict micro crashes as well?
Yes.
Your infrastructure might be a bit slow, right?
Sure, yeah. So smarter cars can predict crashes from rapid braking and evasive maneuvers, which is one practical surrogate safety measure. However, we've done a lot of research into the compatibility with collision and the predictability of that. And we found different surrogate safety measures that are more likely tied to injury collisions based on the biomechanical ability of the body to withstand force. So it's a different surrogate safety measure. The vehicle connected ones are important, but we do a different type for pedestrian, bicyclists, e-scooters.
I guess you do it from the infrastructure side, not from the vehicle side, huh?
Right.
Yeah, yeah. So when I looked at it, it's a fantastic proposal. How do you convince the people to take it, and why do they pay you then?
Yeah, so the data speaks for itself. If you come by booth 20, you can see some clips. As soon as people start to see these interactions happening, it kind of catches your breath sometimes because they're very close, and we often see a repeated number of these really close events, even though it's not shown in the collision data, and it helps drive action, better support for public sector workers to see shown examples of how their intersection is at risk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. And I'm just going to check with the jury. Jury, are you still all full of energy, still excited for the next three? Yeah? Enough Coke? Okay, great. All right, because the next one is also a very exciting innovation, I can promise. And it is Benjamin from OnoMotion, who's actually dealing with issues in last mile mobility and last mile logistics with a new vehicle you can also check out in the demo area, I can already promise. But let him, oh, it's actually over here right now. It's moving as well, right? So it moved all the way down here, and probably Benjamin can say a lot more. Benjamin, come on up to the stage.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Benjamin with OnoMotion. Today I want to show you something that maybe you know from the past. In 1967, there was nothing that was standardized for shipping procedures in logistics. And imagine we all live in the year 1967, and my question is, would you have invested in such a sea freight container? If not, maybe it was the huge mistake or the biggest mistake in your life. We see many advantages coming from such standard sea freight containers regarding handling, calculation, access, pricing, and so on and so on. And now in the year 2021, everybody is talking about last mile logistics, e-grocery, quick commerce, and so on and so on. But again, there are no standards. And my question again is, will you invest in a standard? If not, maybe a mistake. What you can see over there is also here on the picture. It's a combination of a vehicle, e-cargo bike, and a container. And the container is standardized. So it has the outside measurements of a pallet, which can be handled by nearly every logistics service provider. We connect with our mobility services an intermodal system based on trains, bus, campers, cars, as you know, from other mobility service providers based on our software. So we allow nearly every vehicle to work with the container, but on the very, very last mile, we will work with an e-cargo bike, the Ono. How we do it is quite simple. It's described here on the slide, but it's all software-based and based on the standard hardware. And we will tackle all the existing problems of traffic jams in cities, of restricted areas in cities. So we will see restrictions in nearly every city all over the world within the coming month. Our service allows our customers to rent or buy our hardware as well as our software, or we offer a full service package to providers which will not run their logistics processes by themselves. I will speed up a little bit. We are in good cooperation with many stakeholders, small city hubs, sorting hubs. We are in connection with many logistics service providers for the middle mile, and we are also in connection with 20 plus global customers. We have roughly 250 vehicles on the streets. And with the next 15 million, we will make sure to also cover areas outside of Europe. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot for the interesting product presentation and approaches. is your vehicle mainly designed for cycling paths or for roads?
For both.
For
It's always a question of what is restricted or not.
Okay, but at present it's mainly on its way on roads, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great to witness your journey from being a cargo bike provider to going into real logistics and containers. What do you see the main obstacles in terms of standardization? There are so many norms in Europe on country level. Any obstacles on the way, or just say you do your standard by just...
Our approach is just do it, right? So we can use a lot more time to talk about how to get standards and to meet with different groups and maybe have a common standard. What we've learned from the sea freight container is you just need to do it, and maybe you need great partners. That's why we are in good cooperation with the logistics service providers. We are talking about intralogistics processes, warehousing, and so on and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, and we already talked about it, but and you answered, in fact, my question about how you scale it. But still, yeah, the reluctance of existing solutions today to, let's say, these new adaptations. How do you think you overcome these?
You mean how to work with the existing solutions?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not easy to answer because we see a total different way of how we will manage last mile and first mile logistics in the future. So there are standards, right? But if you talk to the CAP industry and also to e-commerce, e-grocery, nobody is happy with the processes. Yeah, that's why we see a huge need. But to be pretty simple, I don't know how the future will look like.
All right, Benjamin, thanks a lot. Let's see if the jury can change your future at 4 p.m. for the Champions League. Well, the next startup will be interesting to compare maybe because the next one is coming from Estonia. It's Rostislav from Van on Go, and they're also tackling the last mile. So let's see what you do differently maybe. Come on
I will
up.
explain, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, we are Van and Go, and we solve the last mile problem, the most expensive and time-consuming chain of the delivery. Actually, recent rocket growth of e-commerce penetration put the demand for quality last mile logistics on the table. And yes, enterprises are still have the pain, they're struggling with several obstacles to meet this demand, with lack of transparency, with lack of control over the delivery. So they frustrate their consumers and lose money, of course. So my name is Rostislav, and we are Van on Go, AI-based cloud platform that connects businesses and individuals with a network of drivers for the last mile delivery. Actually, this platform is one financial and technical window for enterprises, and we are basing on 3 key pillars. The first one is our control tower. This is a mathematical brain to unite all the operations in one place. And also we have driver app and client app to interconnect all the delivery parties in the real time. Yeah, what's unique about us? Actually, we gather the data from each of the deliveries so we can unlock its potential to push the cost down for quality last mile. Yes, any enterprise needs just 0 capital investment to roll out good and quality last mile delivery. We aim in the results, so we are charging per drop-off versus other time-kilometer models. And what is most important, we are consumer-centric. We changed the paradigm. Now the consumer dictates when he or she wants to receive its parcel, not the courier. So the market is pretty huge. It forecasts for more than 400 billion in 9 years, and we target on-demand logistics and aim to become top 3 player on each of operational markets. So we are quite ambitious. Our business model is as simple as that. The more money our clients earn, the more money we earn. Yes, we charge per every delivery, as I mentioned, but we utilize non-logistic fleets and data to get the best cost advantage versus market. We were founded in 2019 in Tallinn, Estonia, and first tested B2C hypothesis, but then pivot to B2B, and onboarded our first client in November 2020, and less than 10 months, we did 100,000 orders. So what we seek? We seek for POC implementation or pilot projects with clients and investments to roll out sales and marketing activities, to penetrate new markets and enhance our when and go. So move everything with one touch. We are when and go. Thank you.
So thanks a lot for your great presentation. So you are seeking for POC implementation, but you already have customers?
Yes, yeah. we do. We already operate on 4 markets. In Germany, for Germany it's Berlin and Munich. Also in Estonia, for sure, we originating in there, and also we have the biggest e-commerce client in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, and in Ukraine. We have several clients, so we have different levels of cooperation with clients. But we are scaling in Germany in particular, so we are here in Hamburg, so need some POC to prove our concept.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Maybe I didn't get it completely, but is it kind of Uber for transport, or?
It's high quality Uber for bulky goods, yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you.
So can I say you aggregate existing delivery providers on a platform?
Absolutely.
Aggregation game is always tricky. How do you motivate those suppliers to get onto your platform?
We give them orders, we give them money. So, I mean, in the bulk.
But they might be, at the moment, more famous than you.
Maybe, but our system provides high quality. What we are aiming is high quality. So, the change of paradigm, we put the end customer in the center. So, we require from each of our partners to meet those high standards.
I love that perspective, because as an end customer, I think we're all a little bit concerned about the quality of delivery. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. And the number of our booths is answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. Yeah, it's 42. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. All right, and time is flying by. It's actually the last pitch for this session waiting for us, and I'm glad it's a woman again. Let's see if she can rule out all the men who have been pitching so far. Let's welcome from Nota AI, Hei Jin.
Hi, my name is Hejin Lee, a Global Business Manager of Nota AI, and also the last presenter of the startup pitching session. I'd like to tell you today what we're doing and what kind of challenges we want to solve and what kind of core technologies we have. So Nota AI, based in Berlin, is actually a Berlin office, Nota Incorporated in South Korea. The first startup got invested from both Samsung and LG for the first time. And we've been positioned our position in the market by partnerships with Intel, NVIDIA, ARM, and so on. And the main reason that we could build those kind of relationship is that we can actually solve the crucial problems of conventional AI models. So deep learning model needs a lot of operational costs for servers and clouds, and also the massive energy consumption and the high quality of internet connection. We can solve those kind of technologies and problems with our core technology, which is Nespresso, an automatic model optimization platform. So we can provide the optimized AI model by getting the target hardware and the data set and the target performance according to each customers. So we can give the optimized AI model customized to each customers with the vision-based AI model. So for more details, our Nespresso is the one and only device-agnostic platform that can give you with no limitations to specific hardwares. So it's a base of our solutions for intersection when I'm going to introduce from later on. So based on those kind of model optimization platform, we are providing ITS solutions for intersections. So based on those three solutions, we are basically monitor the current traffic flow of each specific sites of intersections, and also identify the kinds of vehicles, including the bus, heavy-duty trucks, and also the ambulances. And then identify including the pedestrians to predict the collision between the pedestrians and the vehicles in advance. Those kind of solutions can solve the traffic jam, also support the emergency circumstances for helping ambulances to get to the destination as fast as they can. And those are kind of two solutions connect to do the right middle of the site, the traffic overall, traffic signal control with reinforcement learning for optimizing the real-time basis, the traffic solutions. So we already proved our traffic control solution based on Korea, which is the first and the last one on-device ITS use case. We actually improved our traffic flow up to 30% with the model compression technology with 99% compressed model itself. So I'm also happy to say we were recently officially introduced as one of 5 success cases of NVIDIA by collaborating the NVIDIA's Edge GPU to implicate our solutions to Korea. And we've been told that our solutions been very disruptive and innovative to every market that we are involved. But I would say we can shift the paradigm of the camera solution-based ITS solution in terms of energy consumption, which is the key for the solution on-site. Thank you.
So thanks a lot. After your great product presentation, I'm wondering if you still have competitors, or are you that successful that you are the only provider of this solution?
I would say the feature itself, like monitoring and identifying the traffic flow, can be similar to other companies, but using our model compression technology so we can optimize to each specific sites, maybe that's the strongest point that we have.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is it right to say you do AI modeling as a service?
Yes, we are doing both in 2 tracks, so we can develop the AI model from the first scratch, and also we can optimize the AI model which is already existed to make it more optimized to the customers and the needs.
And is a one-time sell or license model behind your business model?
It can be a subscription model if it's server-based, and it can also be license-based up to the installations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see a lot of opportunity here. So can you transfer it from, let's say, the cloud-based AI towards an edge-based AI?
It's more focused on edge-based AI,
okay,
as we are more good at model compression.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, it's about time all the startups and pitchers can relax, and you see the jury is busy now because we are kind of doing it almost live to announce who has been the winner, and we have our own AI called Annabelle. She will be doing the calculating in a second. And till we have the information of who is our winner, I actually want to ask the jury, how was that session for you? Did you find what you were looking for? Was there anything that surprised you? So, Frank, do you maybe want to start?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's amazing. For me, it was very difficult. What we saw is that all the presenters here have very good scores, amazing scores, I would say, but that there is a differentiation in wow effect, capability, and whatever. So it depends a little bit. So for me personally, it was, of course, a little bit looking to the scaling effect because we are looking to scalers here. People have already customers. And I think my scores in that relevance.
All right. Timon, what was your impression?
All great presentations, great ideas, great startups. Super tough to compare because we had such a wide spectrum from infrastructure, traffic, camera, software, deep software. One thing is, I think, common is AI plays a big role. My focus was a bit on the sustainability to see how we can solve problems with that kind of solutions, but really amazing and really wide scope.
I think it was super impressive, mind-blowing, and very difficult to give not full points all the time, because hopefully not everyone did it. But as I can see, we have a not super clear, but a clear winner, and I'm really happy to announce and invite for the final round Sina from Brighter AI.
Sina, come on up to the stage. You can take off your mask on stage. Sina, that has been amazing. So they want to see you again, and we will see you again because you have the special situation that you're going to pitch again at 4 p.m. this afternoon for the Champions League. We will see if you have something to squeeze it up even more. Let's see about it. And I know there are a few more questions coming up at 4 p.m. who might even be a little more tricky than what you heard today. But for now, thanks a lot and congratulations here. Thanks as well to our jury for this assessment, for all your work, for all your questions, and maybe a short information for you guys out there. We have, as I said, at 4 p.m. the final round of the Champions League. We have 5 winners out of the 4 pitch sessions. They will be pitching again. And before that, whoever is interested in how it actually works from being a startup to being a scale-up, we have at 2 p.m. a panel session with some investment rounders here as well and some startups. So just stop by and listen to real-world experiences. Till then, have fun. Thanks a lot.
Hello and welcome everybody. We're gonna continue our program in the startup area, and I'm very, very happy to present to you a panel that treats a topic that is eminently important when it comes to startups, but mostly overlooked. So what we're gonna talk about today is the growth phase of a startup. How can you turn a startup into a scale-up? Because most of the time when it comes to startups, we only talk about early stage ideas and how they shift an entire industry. But what happens if those companies enter the second stage where they have to grow into professional organizations? In order to gain real examples, we have a great panel, as I think, that consists of early stage and also late stage startups, also investors, but also the city, because when it comes to mobility, the city and the public sector is really important. And we're really grateful that Hamburg startup made this panel possible. But first of all, for you to get to know the people on stage, I would like to present everyone and their startup. So first of all, we've got Hendrik from an early stage startup that was founded in 2019 called Fernride. Hendrik, happy to have you on stage. What does Fernride do and what is your stage?
Yeah, thank you for being here. I'm Hendrik, co-founder and CEO of Fernride, and I believe the greatest opportunity to have an impact on this world is entrepreneurship. I founded my first company at the age of 16, where I built a platform to sell horses on the internet from Germany to all over the world. I learned a lot about sales, I learned a lot about entrepreneurship, but I also learned that I don't want to do this for my entire life. And I had always a dream to build a technology company that eventually can influence the lives of billions of people. And I decided to study industrial engineering, came from my master's to TU Munich and Stanford. And during that time, I met my two co-founders, Max and Michael. And Michael was pursuing a PhD in teleoperation. So what does Fernride do? It's very simple. It's driverless logistics. So what is the backbone of global trade? It's logistics, and the backbone of logistics is drivers. But this backbone is broken. So logistics companies don't find drivers anymore, and the only way forward is to automate some parts of the route. But automation is kept to very simple environments like inside a warehouse where AI works, but as soon as you go to the real life, AI doesn't work anymore. The complexity is just too high. And here teleoperation comes in, where we combine the capabilities of humans with the capabilities of AI, and we put the drivers out of the cabin into an office location. This improves very much the working conditions of those drivers and allows us to deploy driverless vehicles already today. And we start on ports, on big production facilities, and step by step, we can then automate the easier parts of the route, and eventually one driver can control up to 50 vehicles.
You should definitely talk to United Kingdom. They have some demand for that, I'd guess. So thanks a lot. Also, lucky you stick to mobility, be it horses or logistics. The second founder on stage is Sebastian, already in a later stage with 80 employees, and what makes it very special, bootstrapped. So Sebastian, what does GraphMasters do?
I would like to answer it with, we actually make the world a better place, or at least we hardly try to do so. The question is how we do it, right? We implemented a quite holistic optimization system that makes it possible to solve traffic from a systemic perspective. So we found out that we do have enough space on the roads to actually let all the vehicles drive fluently and freely. And we show how this might work. And when you ask you what does it mean for you in person, like it's like the logic for navigation systems. This is what we do.
So whenever you're back in traffic jam, keep GraphMasters in mind. They're going to solve that for us. Next on stage is Matthias. Matthias has a very different look on the world because he comes from a background of corporates and also investing, and is currently running the Rethink Mobility, Sustainable Mobility Venture Capital Fund. Matthias, what are you doing and what is different from your fund than from others?
Thank you very much. So of course, we also try to make the world a better place, Sebastian. Yeah, you're not the only one here. So what do? I'm one of the founding partners of Rethink Mobility. We are a venture capital company, and our mission is to be the preferred partner of the best European mobility startups. And what do we do differently? Well, our experience has shown us that the ecosystem of startups in Europe has grown dramatically. And there's so many out there. And when you talk to startups, the first thing they appreciate is when you actually understand what they do. So this calls for a sort of specialization. And everyone appreciates if he or she understands what the business model is about, what the technology is about. And so this is what we do. We focus on mobility, and that makes us a partner, hopefully the best partner for an early stage mobility startup. On the investor side, pretty much the same thing. We focus, apart from financial investors that invest into our fund for financial reasons, we have investors that invest for strategic reasons. So corporates that want to connect to startups, and they want to do that via a fund that can invest independently into the best mobility and logistics startups out there.
All right, so whether we've got startups or investors present, please talk to the man in the 3 shades of blue. Last but not least, we've got 3 persons on the stage that want to make the world a better place. Christoph. You already represent a very... Sorry. So, Christoph, you already represent a very nice place on earth, the city of Hamburg with Hamburg Invest. What exactly do you do, and how do you support startups?
Well, now the microphone seems to work. Well, thank you, Freya. You're right. I'm Christoph. I'm working for Hamburg Invest, and I have the honor to represent the business development agency of the city of Hamburg. Although I'm not originally from Hamburg myself, I come from a little town east of Hamburg, which is called Berlin, which you may have heard of. So I am working for Hamburg Invest for 5 years now, and what we try since 4 or 5 years as Hamburg Invest is also provide support to startups. Hamburg Invest usually, traditionally supported corporates when relocating to Hamburg, when setting up a new branch in Hamburg. And since the last years, we see a lot of new potential actually growing in Hamburg. Innovative companies growing out of our schools, of our universities, but also new ideas, new talent coming into Hamburg. And we always ask ourselves, what can we do as a city to support you who have the ideas, who want to grow, who want to get into contact with the right people here in the ecosystem, and what can we provide in order to make you grow here in Hamburg?
We're going to discuss that a little further, because what we're going to do right now is deep dive into the topic of growth. You probably have read about those massive financing rounds that are currently around, and everyone keeps on talking about a little later stage of startups. So when it comes to growth and becoming maybe a corporate. So we talked a bit before, and Hendrik, you already told me that you currently have 35 employees. You're trying to double your employees next year, and there are certain points of growth where there are, let's say, difficulties coming up, problems in communications. What are those points of growth where you have to be active as a founder, and why is it difficult?
Yeah, I think the most important factor for a successful startup is communication. And when you are on the stage and become more than 20 people, where everything was super flat, no hierarchies at all, everybody knew everybody, and everybody was knowing what everybody else was doing, it is very simple and straightforward. But once you turn 25, 30 people, you need a little bit more structure and need to bring on additional managers or promote internal employees to managers. And what is here super important once you grow is that you have a really strong culture. And this is what I'm really proud of at Fernright's culture, that we managed to establish some principles so that we are able to grow now from the 35 people to 70 next year. So for example, transparency is super important, that everybody is enabled to make his or her own decisions on every level, so that it's not very difficult to give the ownership to everybody. And the second factor that is also very important is this prototyping mindset. We are an early stage startup, and this is what we do, being fast, iterative, but in everything we do, we consider it as a prototype. So if we have a new idea of a process, how we do things differently, we say, yeah, let's launch a prototype and see how it behaves in the real world. And then we can iterate, we can adapt it, we can go back to the former status quo, but this allows us to be really fast and growing also fast in the next phase.
Okay, so Sebastian, you already grew to quite a number with 80 people, and you did so all self-financed. I've got two questions for you. A, does that slow growth a bit, this form of financing? And B, what were your problems that you didn't have in mind when it came to growth?
So we grow as fast as we can with the strengths that we have or had all the time. Every time I look back, I'm quite happy that we never get external financing into and overboost the growth, because we would never had created the product line that we had today, because it was too unclear what the actual things, how it evolves, how it develops, where the discussion's going on. The steps are way, way, way smaller. So since 10 years or 8 years, 10 to 8 years, we are very deep into this traffic digitalization, traffic flow management, whatever you find in discussion here. And it was, well, we were very early, so to speak, with the technology, maybe too early from an investor's point of view. It was unclear how it develops, and I'm totally fascinated how, or maybe already overwhelmed, where it, if I'm on an exhibition like this one, what kind of discussion going on, how many people are involved. This was completely unforeseen. So we have lots of growth today in many directions, and now it's way clearer where this might be. Anyhow, there's a lot of stuff that's still pretty unclear. So we do our steps, and the basis, try, thesis, proof, and so on. And also, of course, always, if something does not work out, throw it away, right? This is a very important step that you have to do. Even if you want to grow, you have to get rid of things that do not work out, and you must be very sure if it works out.
And did your role as a founder shift now that you have 80 people below you?
Sure.
I know that was a suggestive question, but
what
how?
do you think? Sure. So I'm a computer tech guy, right? So computer science is where I'm coming from. Computer games, that's where I'm coming from. So I started hacking things. I do not code any single line anymore since quite a while now. So it's sad. I would love doing it, but I can't now. Like, now I have to lead the company, kind of. Yes.
I studied business, I can feel you. You're doing what I studied, it's bad.
Yeah, I have friends like, sometimes I'm sitting on Sunday home, let me program just some small little things because it's so much fun. What, it makes fun for you coding? Yes, it's like relaxing.
So, Matthias, you come from a quite different background. You've worked with Siemens in the strategy and M&A department, and one might say it's a pretty big corporate, like a big fat ship, as the Hamburg analogy would be. How is that different from a startup, and how can those two worlds be brought together, and need they to be brought together or not? Another suggestive question.
Well, originally I set out running my family's business, a very small trucking business. And then I joined large corporations. I mean, the thing is to have a positive look at the collaboration between startups and big corporates. over the course of the past 15 years, I can see how the two worlds are getting better and better at working together. So when I started off from a corporate perspective, first dealing with startups were considered by a corporate, what in German you would say, Jugendforscht. So they're kids trying out stuff, and they were not really taken seriously by the big corporates. Because if that worked out, what the startup tries, then we would do it ourselves. So that was the notion back 15 years ago. When I now look around, like at fairs like this, I see the same engineering heads that back then, were not really taking startups seriously. They now seek collaboration with startups. They walk around, run around, attending startup events and try to connect to startups that matter to them. Same people. So there's a big step towards collaboration in terms of a cultural change, how to collaborate between corporates and startups. And the same goes for the startups. So over the course of the past 15 years, you can also see that startups in Europe have grown dramatically in terms of professional approach, professional structure. So I barely ever come across seed stage or a bit later stage startups that have not the utmost professional setup. Still, keeping in mind a startup has to be agile, but still professional, and that's what I see. So all in all, startups get more and more professional. Corporates get, I wouldn't say agile, but they recognize the need to collaborate with startups. And then there are people like me that try to bring those two worlds together. So I'm an optimist. I see this is getting better and better.
But to make it a little bit more concrete, is there something that you saw in the corporate world or as an investor that startups really need to learn when they want to grow and grow fast?
So that's a very specific piece of advice, and that as a startup, as an early stage startup, shy away from complexity. So I have seen too many startups wasting too much time and energy and resources on a single large account. So before you start your lighthouse project with a huge multinational corporation and it takes you 10 months to get a signature, perhaps you want to start with a smaller and leaner customer first, and then at a later stage you take on the even more complex customers. So that's one thing. Shy away from complexity, and be sure that the one you talk to at the corporate really understands your needs, back to your point of communication. So there's a mutual understanding and also has the power to sign things. Don't waste your time.
Thanks for that. Now, Christoph, when we're talking about complexity, I have to look at you as the person that represents the public sector, the most favorite customer of all times. What is there that the public sector, especially when it comes to mobility, can do to make it easier for startups to either get the foot into the door with the city or just the big corporates that are present in a city, for example, Hamburg Harbor?
Well, yeah, I think there's two sides to this question. First, the city or the public sector as a customer for startups or a client for startups, we see a lot of progress in this regard. So I can only speak for Hamburg, of course, in the moment, but I see our ministries and our public institutions opening up more and more for new approaches of business doing, of business organization, of integrating technology in the processes. So I see a certain dynamic coming up on the horizon for better connection between startups and the public sector as a customer. On the other hand, I think what's really important, and this is also what you, Hendrik, said with the word transparency on the micro level in your organization, I would also say it's important for the city as an organization. So I think there's a lot of support infrastructures for startups in Hamburg, private ones, but also public ones. And I think it's really important to make this visible, to make you as a startup or a scale-up to make you understand what is there, what offers are there. Either if it's funding opportunities, if it's investors that we have here in the region, or if it's some space you need, like lab space or a hub space or stuff like this, or the talent question, how can you approach the right talents in Hamburg or also internationally? All these questions, I think, are really important to address when talking about what can the public sector or the city do for you as startups to grow. And I think it's beyond the question of funding, because of course there are funding opportunities from the public sector, there are federal funding opportunities, European funding opportunities, and in Hamburg we have some programs especially focusing on pre-founding startups, like when you're just coming out of your studies and try to set up a business. There's something for this, and also for rolling out into the market, a ramp-up program. So you can get, I think, 150,000 euros from the city in order to roll out your product into the market. And then there's, of course, a gap. So where do you get the money from in order to further scale up? And I think there it's important to give opportunities to meet the right people in the city. It's not something the city can do because we don't have the money to invest in all these scale-ups, but we can try to provide connections to the right people in order to get investors yourself. And we do that by networking events that we support, for example, conferences that we support. So this is our approach, actually. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to throw one question at you because Matthias has been so blunt to tell us that the big corporates thought that startups are something like Jugendforscht, so the youth is try and make signs. What is the thought of the municipality on startups? Are they really taking serious that there is a group of startups coming up, or is still the billion-dollar business of a harbor or some production facility more important in the hats of the city?
Well, I think it's always a mix. Of course, we are in a political landscape, and of course there are a lot of people and a lot of branches, a lot of businesses that have their very own demands. And Hamburg, as a traditional port city, of course, built its wealth it has today from this asset it has. But since, I would say, 10, 15 years, there's a switch in the mindset to be observed here in the city, so that the topic of innovation, growing from your assets you have, from the people that you educate, from the technology that you produce on site here in Hamburg and that you develop, is getting more and more important. And we see this, our Senator for Economics and Innovation, so there's even the part innovation now included in his title. He's putting a lot of effort and a lot of budget that he has, which could always be more, of course, into innovative spaces, into innovation programs, into support infrastructures, like the startup unit at Hamburg Invest, for example. So it's not enough yet, of course, I have to, of course, admit that, but we are on a good way, I think, and I hope. And of course, I would be interested in maybe your opinion on what is what are the things that you would actually need in order to grow, which aren't there yet in terms of support from the public hand. Are there like any experiences you had in your career or when building up your business when you said, oh, that would have been something nice from the city or the region that you founded in?
I think that is a perfect question to Sebastian, because I think he can tell us how far apart the idealistic picture of the city taking a startup serious and a startup trying to sell to a city really is.
So I'm in the middle, like reducing complexity, very true. Don't spend too much time well, it's better to find a customer quick and cheap than having this lighthouse projects for a long time. You're talking about 10 months. Did you ever try Hamburg?
How much
Just
time is it?
Just guessing, like we are working on Hamburg since the very beginning. It's longer than 10 months.
So number one
Okay,
wish a
these are
startup
insights,
would have is like
insights. So it
accelerate it.
takes a long time. It takes a super long and even longer than you can imagine. we are still quite away from getting any signature in here, to be brutally honest, right? I think we met the right people. This is all fine, so this is organized. What is true, it's unclear from my perspective what actually is the structure. So how is everything connected? And again, to be honest, I have to say that the people inside even do not know how the structure is. Not just make it visible to us, make it visible to yourself. Dear city, please be clear what your structure is. And it's not enough to just have the structure clear. It's who's doing the decision. And now we are back to democracy, right? There will be never ever the single person who decide like left or right, because we are living in a democracy. And okay, accepting that this is a good thing, okay, to be discussed somewhere else, I say this is good. But of course, then there is no single person who will decide, yeah, left or right. Or what. Startups need quick decisions and then steps and an idea where it might be. And this makes it so hard because it's not there in these cities. There are no decision makers. There are some people who love it. There are other people who hate it. Why? Because the others love it. Okay, this is politics. There's no real rational reason behind it. People hate it because the others love it. I don't care. Like, I try to make it better. So let's try it out. But therefore you need a decision. Who's doing the decision? Question.
So what would be your advice for other startups in order to get sales running at least a little bit?
It develops. So it's true. It's happening a lot. It got way better. It's more acceptance over there. Even for when we started, I had to say there's absolutely no chance that a city could ever buy a product from a startup-ish like company. It's hard enough for the SLEs, the super large enterprises. Anyway, if you're just a 3, 4, 5, 10 people company, impossible to get anything running, right? You will never make it. It becomes better. So you get the interest. Yes, sure. It becomes better, and this is evolving. Like some cities are starting, opening the doors. We get the discussions. We get open ears. This is true. Now decisions are. The question is but we have to work. So if it's democracy, so we as a community have to work on the system. And the technology startups especially, we have to come up with new ideas how you can create organizations. Like, I'm computer science guys. For me, it's more like processes, and algorithm is what I studied and researched on. Really deep, and if I see these processes in companies, I would say, oh my God, no, this will never ever work. So this is not the template what we are heading for. We try to create another community in the company, another system, and let's discuss it. How does it fit? It needs to be a fit to the city. You don't need to be fit, it must be optimized.
And one more question to you, because you said you try to be very agile and to throw away ideas that obviously don't work or not so obviously don't work. How do you make sure that this still happens, given that you have 80 people working for you?
Communicating, right? Well, this is not my wisdom. Like I say, it's about communication and communication rules. Simply said, communication must be asynchronous. It must be public to everyone in the company. There must not be any hidden discussions, 4 eyes discussions behind closed doors. So we heavily try to make everything open to everyone and invite everyone from every team to also join discussions going on, having whatever, the whiteboards on the floor, not in the office boxes itself. Don't have very small things, always have everything in an open space. Have chat programs that are asynchronous, so that it might be where everything is written down and you can follow up, you can join some chat rooms, however you organize it. There are lots of stuff out there, choose things, but this is tooling, right?
All right, so we've heard that internal structure and communication are really important, but Matthias, we talked before, and you also support startups in scaling from an investor's perspective, but also with your experience. What is the one thing that you see where they need most of support?
So first of all, the good news is from a startup perspective, it's people are looking for you. So this is not only for an early stage startup, it's always difficult to find money, it's always difficult to find support. Once you've grown, once you've proven your business, once you're cash flow positive, you're on your way to a unicorn, then all of a sudden everyone wants to invest and give you money. Yeah? So the difficult path is the first step, the first few steps. And how do we try to support that? We try to support early stage startups with funding, of course, but also with, careful now, domain-specific networks and support. So our sweet spot is not, you know, what accelerators do, the good ones, and, you know, like help you derive your business model and help you derive and clarify your value proposition and all that sort of stuff. That we don't do. We come in at a slightly later stage. You have your first prototype ready. You're starting your first pilots. What we then do is we put you in touch with people that support you on that specific stretch. So you have your first prototype. How do you get your first customer? So we provide access to corporate customers. We provide access to technology partners that may help you on your next development stage. So we are focusing, we are experts on this early stage stretch. How do I get my first customer? How do I get from my first 2 customers to my 3rd customer? So that's where we feel we can help. Once you're a growth stage company and you already have 300 customers and I provide you the 301st customer, my value is very limited. But if I'm the investor that brings you to your first customer, your first corporate customer, opens door, proves the value of your product, then I can be of big help.
Henrik, you are still very fresh founding, like 2 years in the market. How did you find your first customer, and did you need external help to do so?
I think what is very important that you build a product that people love, that solves really a problem. And we came out of university with a technology push. So 10 years of R&D in one specific technology that can solve so many problems in the future, where everybody has a use case for, is also sometimes overwhelming. So you need to reduce the complexity and break it down. Where can you solve a problem today in order to refine the technology and get one step closer to that larger vision? And this is also very true for us. So driverless vehicles on public roads are still some years away in the future, and we decided, yeah, we start right away today in applications that work today. So for example, on ports, on big production facilities, we reduce the complexity a little bit. It's private ground, so we don't need to wait for legislation. There are confined areas, so the possible scenarios you could face are limited. And that's how we found our first customers, that we solved a problem worth solving. So driver scarcity is a really big problem. It has been a problem 2 years ago. It's now much more prominent in the media, but that's pretty straightforward. And even in those large enterprises Matthias mentioned, these are our customers. So we work with several Fortune 500 companies, and this is a complex sales process. So it needs time, but I really love that complexity, since once you really have understood your customers, what they need, and the specific needs and intentions of the stakeholders, could be even 20 people in one account. If you figured that out, it's almost like an engineering challenge. You can really scale that with that customer and similar customers. And once you've found your first customer, people tend to trust other people. So our first customer is DB Schenker, really a well-known brand. So the second and the third customers was way easier to find.
Okay, so you would say in the private sector, signaling is one of the major drivers in sales. So get the first customer signed and delivered, and then see that you get others in.
Yeah, and also pivoting around the value proposition, that you understood what kind of problem you can really solve. And when you found that someone has a pain point, the people will come to you and not the other way around. And this is something that we figured out. It needed some time. It takes time. But once you have that point, you really have a completely different feeling inside the company. So the people come to you and you don't need to come to your customers.
Okay, so switching from customers to employees, I stretched a couple of times that you told me that you want to double your company by next year. What are the steps of preparation that you take for this? Because doubling the size of a company just doesn't happen overnight.
So, as I mentioned already, one really important factor is the culture that you build on top of, so that this additional 30 people can also be very productive, and you don't lose productivity with adding more people. So we have a really high-performing team, and I would love to provide the resources and the structures that those additional people can get even more productive. And what is helping building a great product. So if you have technology like self-driving vehicles, changing an entire job profile of drivers. So truck drivers today don't have a really nice job today. It's no surprise that no one wants to do this job anymore, sleeping away from your family, really bad working conditions. So getting that job profile ready for the 21st century is an engineering challenge that attract people, and I think working on our product attracts really great engineers. And then one major point then is hiring also at some point really great managers that have proven in a different context that they can do the job from getting from 30 people to 100 people, from 100 to 1,000 people. There are different phases, and adding people that have done this before, and this is also very helpful. Getting this experience from investors is one super important step, since I don't want to make failures that could have been avoidable. I want to learn as fast as possible, and if you can learn from experiences from others, this is so valuable.
Okay, so you always learn most from failures. So Sebastian, my question would be, have there been any big mistakes in your growth strategy where only afterwards you learned, oh, we could have done that differently, that would have worked better, or did it just go smoothly?
There are way more failures happening, way more than successes. This is the truth, of course, easily. Yeah, so for 100 things you try out, 95s are wrong. And this is what you need to accept, whatever. If you now ask me what are the biggest one, well, probably a lot. I don't prepare any examples here. Actually, everything goes wrong every day. It feels more like this. For me personally, it's not the super success story. It's just a big failure all the time, every single thing, right? But the trick is, what you have to do, well, I say what you have to do is first think about it and propose a thesis saying, okay, I expect it will happen this and that. And if it goes wrong, you disprove the thesis, but then it's a learning. Aha, you see? If it goes right, you prove the thesis, you have a learning. Aha, and this is how it works, right? So make a learning something positive out of everything you do, right? Because otherwise, and of course, probably like there are very small steps you do, but there are also very huge decisions that we made maybe a year ago or so. Maybe it turns out it will be a failure. I'm already in here. It might be the biggest thing that goes wrong ever. And I do not know yet. We will see. Try to do positive things out of every failure. Don't stick to the failure. Make something positive out of it by doing it, turning it into a learning. This is what we try.
Probably the most honest answer so far and the most humble one. But Matthias, from an investor's perspective, are there any moments where you look at a startup and you think this is going to grow like crazy, or this is going to fail way before it really does? And if so, how do you identify them?
Well, I guess that's the secret sauce of every investor. to come up with a verdict, with a personal verdict on an investment opportunity. So I learned so much by talking to startups and listening to their ideas and ideas about the future in general, about their conviction, about their specific technology and business model. So for me, my humble part is I learned from listening and listening to startups in particular. How do I judge which startup will be successful and which startup will make it? So keep in mind, an investor usually looks at the numbers. That works at a growth stage. Yeah? So if you can present your traction, the figures, revenue, order intake, etc., over the course of the past 3 years, and then you have a projection, and from your track record, it looks credible that you will reach your projection. That's the easy bit. That's the data-driven bit. Now we focus on early-stage startups that have maybe founded a year ago and are pre-revenue. So what are the figures that you're showing? So we have to look at people, we have to look at teams, we have to look at talent, and we have to understand and develop a personal conviction. Firstly, is that a market worth going for? And secondly, is that the team that will make it? Okay. And thirdly, it's always a choice, an investment choice of 1 out of 100. So you talk to 100 startups and you're only able to invest in one of them. And to give 2 very specific examples, a recipe for success and a recipe for failure. The recipe for failure is you don't have a team. So there's a single founder and lacking what it takes to really build a product and build a successful business. Still, not as often as in the past, but still you find sometimes you have a very strong technical person and lacking the business side of things. Developing something great and unable to sell it. Or the other way around. So it's having this technology and having the ability to translate this technology into value. That usually is good if that sticks to more than just one person. So recipe for failure is you don't have a team. And the recipe for success is people that have conviction, people that have the knowledge and know-how, or also acquire the people that have the know-how that they lack, and then have the clear north and the mission, what they want to achieve. So if you can see that in an early stage startup, that's definitely a recipe for success. You have the drive, you have the talent, and you have your true north, the mission where you want to be successful in the market.
All right, so we've got 15 minutes left, and there's one topic that I wanted to touch up on when it comes to mobility and startups and new ideas, which is the place where you found your business. We're here in Germany, Europe, a publicly speaking rather slow continent, the old continent, and all the time that we talk about mobility, most of the people think about the Silicon Valley and the United States. Now we've got 2 founders and 1 investor on stage that represent European ideas of mobility in Europe, or globally even, plus 1 city from Europe. So is the location really that important? Do you have to be in a hub or in the valley to come up with big ideas? And that would be a special question for Sebastian, would it be easier to handle with a different type of government, a different country, than with those in Europe?
Yeah, I think most people believe it's only black and white. So in our industry, it's old automotive companies in Germany, and then there's the new automotive companies and software companies from Silicon Valley like Tesla and Waymo. And I actually don't think it's so black and white. Germany is actually a great place to build this company. So there are truck makers, automakers that have been really successful in the past. We are the logistics world champion. And now we bring this very specific technology to the table and software engineering competence to enable those companies that have been successful in the past to also be successful in the future. And that's actually for us the melting pot to build this company is Germany. I truly believe there is no other way. There must be a global champion for driverless logistics out of Germany, and that's why I think it's actually the perfect place.
Okay, perfect place. I'm totally happy, but when we started the entire thing, well, I actually registered the company in my home place, which is not even Hanover, not Hamburg, not anything. It's somewhere in the outskirts, somewhere there's absolutely nothing. You will never know where it is. I did it. And why? Reducing complexity. So when we started, there were lots of people just pulling and pushing around us. Come to Hamburg. Well, it started with come to the Valley, come to whatever, come to the Yes, come to Singapore. Then it would come to Kassel, come to Darmstadt, come to Hamburg, come everywhere. And everything, it does not help when you have an idea and you have to start working on the very first thing. It was reducing complexity, so I worked to my home bank. So can I open an account here for my new company? And they said, okay, yeah, I signed, done, this was the company, done. So it took me, I didn't need any discussions, the people know me, so it was a 15 minutes thing. This worked out, and from there we could start working, then we moved over to Hanover because my co-founders and the first team members came from Hanover, so we got them there. We simply put the company where the people are, the very core first people, right? There we put the company, not the other way around, because it wouldn't have been better to work somewhere else in Munich or in Berlin. Of course, very important is we really get the value out of a community, like a hub, like that we can share the idea, maybe not precisely by the discussions going on, but it's an inspiration, innovative surrounding. So it helps to get inspired all the time. And this is very important. And you need to build I say you have to build an inspirational surrounding and environment that you can work on and move on. Now we are in the situation where it becomes more important to see where is it and where are the clients. So we follow the clients. So an office in Vienna, an office in Hamburg. Okay, this is fine. So we are following the clients when they come, but it's not the starting perspective for us.
Okay, and Matthias, you've seen also international startups grow. What is your opinion on the location? Is Europe or Germany slower? Would it be easier somewhere else?
That's a very complex question. So again, I try to stick to my own words and I try to take out complexity here as well. So I have worked in my previous job. I primarily worked with American startups or US-based startups, and so I have a lot of I have a high esteem, or I have a lot of conviction that there are reasons why the Silicon Valley has produced so many excellent startups, and a lot is down to a local ecosystem. Yeah, so there's a lot to it that location matters. Location matters because there's a network you operate in. Yeah? And I know all of you will agree. A lot of your success has to do with the ecosystem that is around you. Like I know the ecosystem in Hamburg, I know the ecosystem in Munich, and those are both, like in Berlin as well, excellent conditions nowadays for founders. Yeah? And I think we can pause there for a second and appreciate that we as a society have gone a pretty good way making the conditions for coming up with new ideas and pursuing those ideas. We have done a good job in that. Have we done a good enough job? No, but we have done a good job. So that's the first thing. I think Germany is a good place. But then I would like to make a very specific example. And that specific example is that still today, there is a big discrepancy between the technical universities, for instance, across Europe. There's some technical universities that either are the ideal location to transform an idea into a new business. You have incubation activities there, you have advisors there, you have experience there, you have technical support there, you have legal support there, everything there is. And I still know a lot of technical universities in Europe that don't offer that. I don't know a single university by now that doesn't try to promote entrepreneurship, try to promote new companies, startups, coming out of their research and out of their studies. So here's something, just a specific example, still quite a way to go.
So Christoph, keeping you back into the loop, I got one question. If you as a city, Hamburg Invest, set up such a program, do you look at other locations for inspiration? How do you set up a network that we just heard about so much? Are you actively involved in it, or do you leave it to the entrepreneurs?
Yes, sure. We, of course, have a look at other regions, other startup hotspots. We are in exchange with these regions, of course, especially with Munich. In 2 weeks, we have an excursion to Munich in order to learn from them and also, of course, for them to learn from us. And there's an exchange between the ecosystems, actually. And I just heard so many interesting points in the last 20, 30 minutes that I don't know where to begin. So I think maybe with the last point Matthias pointed out, the ecosystem. I think that's one really important factor for success, for scaling up your business. It's about the people, it's about the mindset, it's about the match of your technology to the customer side in the region, to the talent that is in the region, the education that is taking place in the region. So what I want to say is not every startup can probably thrive in any ecosystem. You need the ecosystem that is made for your needs, actually. So I think this is one important thing that I would like to take with home, that maybe it's about the question, how can we match a startup with an ecosystem better in the future? Another thing is you also pointed out the importance of a team in a startup and being successful. So this is also about the right people, having the right people at hand and trying to convince them to join your journey on the further scaling up your business. And I think this has got to do something with exposure. So you need to go out, you need to be visible to talent that you want to attract. And I think this is one point that I also would like to take home. How can we support you as a business to be more visible in the talent sector, if you want to say so, in the talent pool as an employer, and I think there are so many other things that I could elaborate on.
Just keep doing. You're doing my job.
Yeah, okay. If you're happy to listen to it. Sebastian, you earlier said, who makes the decisions? It's so difficult to sell to the public sector because no one is in charge and no one says, yeah, okay, let's do it. I know what you mean. We are in the political sphere. Now, there's a phenomenon I sometimes observe. It's called responsibility avoidance. So nobody really wants to be held responsible for wrong decisions. And you have that thing in the public sector especially, because as an entrepreneur you do your decisions as you think they are right. In the public sector you always have to perform in front of the public. So this is really difficult for you when selling to the public sector.
No offense, right?
I know. Yeah, it's just I'm just stating the obvious. And of course, in our institution, we have a public company that I'm working for. I have the same issues actually. So I understand this, and this is probably something that we cannot change by tomorrow. But I think it's important to talk about it. And I know that there are people in the ministries that take that serious. I know that. So I think there's hope on the way. Yeah, what else? What else could we still pick up?
You already had ecosystems, employees, politics, and responsibilities.
Yeah, maybe an international perspective, maybe. So when you grow your business, of course, you started in a town somewhere, I don't know, in the Wendland or where that probably was. I don't know.
No, it's called Lübbecke.
Lübbecke. Probably a really nice town, but you notice in the end you have to move forward. You have to go to a bigger city where you have the networks, the assets, infrastructure, and so on and so on. And of course, there is one probably point in time when you scale internationally and you want to sell to international customers, you want to be seen by international investors. And I think this is also something the city could help, because we as a city, we do have a visibility internationally. As we can see here today, Hamburg is visible in this specific field of the economy.
Even though we didn't take the Olympics.
Yeah, exactly. That didn't work out, but yeah. And we could probably help taking you with us in our visibility. We do that by, for example, going to conferences like the Slush in Helsinki or South by or stuff like this, where we present Hamburg startups. And we take them with us and we say, come on, look at them. They are really, really potential, and try to do connections, networks.
That was a concrete invite for all of us, right?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
All right, are there any questions from the audience? No, that's good. So to wrap it up, oh, you got a question?
So you were talking about the international perspective. Let's have the perspective into the future. So let's have a brief outlook. The topic today is scaling of startups. So if I were to make a prediction for the future in terms of European startups and how to scale them, I think we have done a great job. The startups have better support to scale than before. If I had two things to wish for to get better in the future, and that is from a European perspective, and I'm talking not in political terms or institutions, but from a people point of view, is to be happier about taking a risk at an early stage. At the very first beginning, the first step, I would be happy if we as Europeans would not start to think about what if it goes wrong? Yeah. How about, what happens with the data? How about first thinking about why could I solve a problem here? How could I make this place a better place? And that goes for investors to be happier to plunge into something that is not bulletproof yet. That is also goes to entrepreneurs saying, hey, I started and I don't think about failure the first thing. And that would be my wish for the future.
Right. Maybe the other two founders, do you still have wishes for the future? Because the person to take them home sits right to your left.
I totally emphasize this, right? You could simply repeat this, but that's what we need, yeah, definitely.
Hendrik?
I can totally second that. So we have a unique opportunity, like Matthias said. We came a long way and don't need to hide away anymore to hubs like Silicon Valley. We have the true opportunity to build this global tech ecosystem in Europe. We have everything we need. We just need to execute now. And if we get this widespread support of how can I help you in being even more successful from everybody, I think this is a wonderful future you're creating, and I would like to be part of that.
Okay, perfect. So what we learned is, oh, we got a question?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm listening with high interest to you, and I'm very glad to be here. I think we should increase the awareness and the importance of startups in Hamburg. I have a startup. I have founded it 2 years ago. I'm a special tour operator. And when I was in the conversation with the staff in the Hamburg Chamber of Commerce, and it was surprising when she told me, for me, there's no difference between startup and company. You know, we should, the mindsets in this ecosystem of Hamburg should be improved in the matter of what we understand with startup. And thanks to that you are here and we can here connect to each other, and hopefully we can make Hamburg stronger and smarter and more international. In the last sentence I want to tell, there was a event last year about the future of Europe, and Mr. Tschentscher, our mayor of Hamburg, he had a friend, he visited him from US, and he asked Mr. Tschentscher, what is your duties as a mayor? And he listed his duties. And you know what he told to him? He told, no, this is not your main duty is to bring the brains to Hamburg. And they will do all that what you want to do. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We should have you on stage next time. Well, thanks a lot. As we heard, I double that. We have to bring the brains to Hamburg, and as we learned on stage, we have to bring the brains together. So please do network, use the ecosystem that is present, communicate transparent, and just make the best out of it. Thanks a lot to the panel, thanks a lot to the audience, and I hope you enjoy the fair.
Yes, World Congress. How are you doing? We've come a long way, didn't we? And there's only one big final at the ITS World Congress, and this final is happening right here, right now at the startup area of this year's World Congress. Good to see so many of you here. We have quite an interesting program up front, upcoming. But let us first look back to the last 3 days and remember that we've heard over 40 pitches here. Let's remember that we had over 43 startups from 18 countries here. And we'll have a few that made it up to the final, but I think every of these 43 startups deserves a big, big applause up front of what they did here. The second thing is that we did not do all of this alone. It's all teamwork, as you can see. I'm not alone on the stage. The teamwork will continue. But let us also pay a big hand to the great, incredible team that made everything possible over the last 3 days. They worked a little bit longer than 8 hours a week. So an applause to the team behind of all this stage. So, teamwork continues. I'm not alone up here. I have Ute and Fabian with me. Good to see you here. And Ute, you've seen that all of this stage is a land full of ideas. I think you also have to do something with a land of ideas. Who are you and where are you from?
Yeah, now it works. Yeah, that was a very nice bridge you have built. I'm the CEO of Germany, Land of Ideas, and we are a platform for competitions, and we want to show the best ideas and innovations in Germany. And for example, we are organizing the German Mobility Award every year together with the Federal Ministry of Traffic and Transport. And that's why I think I have a quite good overview of current developments in mobility.
We're looking forward. And Fabian, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, hello, I'm Fabian. Thank you very much for the invitation for this great startup pitching final today. And I'm looking forward to interesting projects because we are from the Funke Logistics, Funke Media Group. We have a great infrastructure in last mile delivery. We deliver millions of goods, magazines, newspapers every day. So we are looking for interesting mobility, infrastructure, logistics, startups, projects. And I'm looking forward to hear the interesting startups today.
Thank you very much. That's a team of 3 up here. And guess who else is in the team for this final round? It's all of you. Because all of you will have a say in who is going to become the ITS 2021 Startup Champion this afternoon. You'll hear more about that later on, so come by and stay. And I'm also looking to the camera because we're again live across Germany, Europe, and the world without any advertising blocks. Stay tuned and stay with us. And a final, whether it's in football, handball, ice hockey, tennis, it's not a final if it's done the same way as before, the rounds before. So we've thought about something different. We've heard over 40 pitches, which were all great over the last 3 days, but today it's gonna be different. No PowerPoint bingo, 1 single slide, 1 minute, 5 startups, and then the jury is gonna come with 10 questions to each startups to be answered in 20 seconds. So this will be a full speed thing. I've been talking almost way too long now. Let's get this started. And I call to the stage with her first and only slide, Sina from Brighter AI. Sina, you'll get a timer. I think any minute now. There it is. The minute is yours.
Hello, does it work now? Okay, perfect. So I'm Zina from Bright AI, and we are on the mission to protect every identity in public. This means we anonymize people. And the old world, the very boring world, is just put a blur over people's face. But then the brave new technologies like AI, video analytics do not work properly. As such, we developed the deep natural anonymization, where we create synthetic faces and put it over the people. You can see here a scene from the Berlin Hauptbahnhof, and here, all the tiny faces you can see here are actually anonymized. It's not the real person, but for us, it looks the same, and so we can use it for video analytics, machine learning, autonomous driving algorithms, and so on. That's it, actually.
Zina, thank you very much. You'll be up on the stage in a minute again. The next contestant said yesterday, well, we have different plans, maybe we're not going to be here on Thursday. Then they won their quarterfinal and made it to the final. And my colleague said, well, Recycle Hero better come back on stage for the grand final. Here you go. Welcome to the stage, Alessandro.
Thank you.
That's a nice slide. The timer is going to come up now. Here you go.
Yeah, hi, I'm Alessandro. I'm the co-founder of Recycle Hero, the world's first cargo bike pickup service for recyclable waste. So, we collect with our cargo bikes your recyclables like waste glass, waste paper, or also refundable bottles direct at your apartment or your office or your shop. The special thing is we preferably engage social and disadvantaged people to get them back into workforce. So how do we earn money? So you pay a small amount for the pickup for the waste glass and for the waste paper. And for the refundable bottles, you pay nothing, it's for free. And the revenues from the refundable bottles, that's the funding for our own social project, that's called Straßensuppe, where we deliver food to homeless people. So basically, we focus on 4 missions. So urban convenience, climate-friendly transportation, support of disadvantaged people, and the increase of the recycling quota. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You can calm down now for a few minutes before getting back on stage. The next contestant was the first one to secure his spot in the final. As I said, we've all been working more than 8 hours, so it feels a little bit long ago when we first met Avis Reality and Florian here on stage on Tuesday morning. Florian, back again in the final. You're in top shape, I see. So
nice to be here.
There's hopefully a slide coming up, and the timer will be on. The next minute is all yours.
All right. So yeah, my name is Florian, and why am I here? Because we want to prevent fatalities like these when people try to develop and test autonomous vehicles on real roads. So how do we do that? We turn real roads into virtual test tracks to serve as a safe space for simulating and do the development of these vehicles in simulation on virtual tracks that are duplicating the real world. So what did we do? We developed a pipeline that combines satellite data, so we look from above and combine it with AI and game engine technology. So it's a cross-industry approach to bring all this to mobility industry to, work towards a sustainable mobility with autonomous mobility solutions that are developed in safe manners by combining different industry approaches. Thanks a lot.
Right on time, Florian. Very good. I think we all forgot over the last 1.5 years how it feels like to spend almost an entire week in an exhibition hall. The air quality could be better, right? I just took a stroll with my wife outside to get some fresh air. The lady who is in charge of fresh air, hopefully, is next up on stage. Barbara with Hava Dava. You gotta love the name already of that startup.
Okay.
Barbara, the next minute is yours.
Okay, so Hava Dava, our name stands for air and health. And just as the air that we breathe everywhere, we want to be air quality data considered in everywhere's decision. And we do so by compiling data from all available sources, including satellites. And where there's a gap, we can establish our own measurement network. And then we compile it and make actionable insights by correlating, for instance, traffic or weather data or whatever is needed. We can do so because we have a great team of experts with specialists' knowledge in data science, sensor technology, health, traffic, and all this. And as we are aware that quality is very crucial in this business, we are very proud that we have successfully passed TÜV and ISO 9001 certifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. When all these international applications got in to be part of the startup area, I said to Annabelle one day, oh great, we got a startup from Angola. And she started laughing and said, no, read again, it's not Angola, it's Angoka from the UK. And Daniel, I'm happy to have you here on stage with a great slide and hopefully great 60 seconds for you.
Excellent, thank you. Angoka. So there will be 1 trillion Internet of Things enabled devices in the world by 2025, 5 years' time. And they'll be transforming health, transport, and very, very much more. Data exchange between those devices can deliver massive benefits, social, environmental, economic. But within a couple of years, quantum computing and other technologies are going to threaten the current approaches to delivering cybersecurity, according to the Federal Office of Cybersecurity over here in Germany, BSI. So in comes Angoka. In 2019, we were established with offices in Belfast, London, and Rotterdam, soon in Hamburg. And our very diverse 20-strong team has developed and proven to partners like Airbus and to Thales that we have a hardware-based, self-authentifying system. This has excited both the UK National Cybersecurity Centre and BSI, and they have said with high-grade security, future-proofed, lower cost, much better. What it does, it says, with 2 seconds gone, that without Angoka, none of their products or yours are going to succeed beyond 2023. You need us.
Thank you very much, Daniel. You can actually turn right around and come back on stage.
I'm going to turn around.
Barbara, Sina, Florian, Alessandro. You thought you had it behind you. Yeah. You thought wrong, because we're just getting started. Ute, Fabian. You know what you have to do now? We'll start the first question.
The first question
with Alessandro, and we go in that order. The second question we start then with Daniel. I think you got your questions.
Yes.
Exactly. Let's exchange the microphone. We actually have invisible sanitizer over the microphone, so it's COVID conform. Fabian, go ahead.
For the first question, you have 40 seconds time to get an easy entry. So why do you do what you do?
Okay, I do what I do because I want to generate a positive impact on the world, especially social impact and also environmentally friendly impact. And I just love innovation and do the life of the people better, ease the life of the people. So that's the reason that we are so happy that we can follow all the 4 missions that I already mentioned, that we have the climate-friendly transportation and the social impact, and also an urban convenience service. So that's actually my motivation to make the world a little bit better.
Yes, as I said before, like Bright AI is on the mission to protect every identity in public, and we are leaders in generative AI, and we actually want to combine these two. So we help support like the development of AI for example, autonomous driving, like under the value system of the EU and of Germany. So we protect people's privacy, we care about data security and all of this, but at the same time, we help accelerate the development of AI. So to strengthen Europe and Germany, especially like in the kind of global ways between Asia, Europe, and the United States. And I'm done.
Yeah, why do we do what I just presented? That was the first picture that I've shown. We think that developing autonomous mobility solutions in the real world is quite tough, and the more you approach towards level 5 autonomy, which should be the goal someday to receive sustainable mobility in several use cases, you need a solution that reduces the risk and the cost and the time. So we try to make the simulation environments as realistic as possible. So we're turning them from real worlds into virtual reality.
Okay, I think air quality is crucial for today's life in terms of health, but also in terms of economy. But it also has an impact on future lives because it also influences the climate and the climate change. And what we do is, okay, good for us. We can educate people. We make information available for all of us, which was before only available for experts. And we enable others, companies, governments, to do better jobs in protecting people and taking the right decisions.
I spent the last 4 years running an organisation worth £200 million in the UK trying to unlock the potential that all these people are trying to deliver to you. One of the things we did was produce a roadmap which showed that one of the 3 critical path items was cybersecurity. If we cannot deliver future-proof, high-quality, low-cost cybersecurity, then we will not be able to do any of these things. And therefore, I am doing it with a passion. I've sacrificed what I was doing before to do this.
Before Ute is going to increase the pressure, counting down the question time, the answer time to 20 seconds, I'm looking to our team here and want to sensitize you to think about the answers these people are given, because you will be the judge in the end as well. But now, Ute, 20 seconds. We start with Daniel. Question number 2.
Yeah, but maybe for this question you need to answer with just one word, because the question is, in a perfect world, whom would you like to have in your team? Think big. So I would choose maybe William Shatner, who was in space yesterday. And Daniel?
Does it have to be someone living?
Not necessarily. Don't say God.
I would go for Ada, daughter of Lord Byron, one of the first computer scientists who would transform and unlock what we're doing.
Okay, I think I would go for either Elon Musk or the Amazon guy, because they really influence people, they are visionary, and I think if you want to do something good, you need to have somebody who can influence people.
Yeah, I would totally go for the twin of Elon Musk, because he's in this industry where we are, he's driven by technology, and he's trying to improve the world.
Actually, I would go for everybody, because we have a public product, and everybody who is on camera or uses cameras should be in our team of protecting identities.
I would choose Richard Branson. I'm a big fan of Richard Branson because he puts the people first, so the employees, then the customers, and then the investors, and that's exactly the way we would do it.
Thank you very much.
Fabian, question number 3, again 20 seconds.
Yes, 20 seconds. So you're all great startups, but every good startup has a maybe small weakness. What is your weakness?
We start with you, Alessandro.
Our weakness is that we probably sometimes focus on too many topics on the same time, and because so many stuff to do, and think we rather have to focus on the more important things. That's maybe our weakness, I would say.
To be honest, it's probably like every startup that is still venture-driven. We want to please, as you also said, maybe like a wide range of stakeholders, and they definitely have different needs and wants, and sometimes we need, unfortunately, to focus more on what brings money in than what maybe, like on technology-wise, or technology side would be good for us.
Yeah, as we're trying to duplicate the world, this is a larger project as a vision. We heavily rely on data sources. We have some already that are open data, but there's a weakness kind of as a challenge rather to agree on partnerships to get that data to our pipeline.
I think it's already said, and it's also a weakness of us to keep the right balance between being focused on what you're doing and being opportunistic and see all the chances what you can do.
We have a fantastic team, but our weakness is our ability to recruit at the rate we need to. So if you know any cryptographers, software developers, hardware developers, program managers who want to kind of join a fantastic team, then tell us.
I just heard Zina saying to Florian, we should talk. Just a gentle reminder, this is still a competition. You can talk afterwards, but now question number 4 is coming up, Ute.
Yeah,
Shoot it at Daniel.
It's getting harder with every question. What would you do if we gave you 1 million euros? Very quick answer. Maybe you would exchange it into pounds?
I would run a demonstrator of our capability at scale and unlock something that would really prove to everybody how we can transform the world, underpinned with Angoka technology.
I think we would analyze where, on a global scale, people suffer most from air quality or bad air quality, install our measurement network, do the analysis, and convince the government to do something.
Yeah, I would definitely go and hire as many as good developers as possible, because if we want to turn our technology into a product and get traction, we need developers.
I would split it in half into like the greatest hackathon ever that we have feasible for the money to attract new developers and also please ours, like a bit outside of the box, and get a lot of shiny marketing material and maybe some consultants in this direction.
I think we would also hire more developers, that we improve faster our workflows, and then afterwards we would hire a couple of city operation managers that we could also improve our speed in expansion in other cities.
So thank you. Then 20 seconds for the 5th question. Why should we give the 1 million to you? What do you do differently to others?
Well, I think I mentioned already that we really focused on impact, social impact, and also environmentally friendly impact. So if you want to give the money to a startup that is really caring about the people and about the environment, then you should give the money to us.
I would say we, as I also said before, combine the best of two things. It's like the acceleration and like strengthening Europe, but also like under privacy and security conditions. And also, we are also really nice people and a great startup, so.
Yeah, I would say it might be a chance to be one of our first investors, to be honest, with those 1 million euros, because we just received a grant from German government. So that would be a great chance to be as early in there as possible for you.
Of course, we are a great startup, but I think clean, healthy air is crucial. Nobody can stop to breathe, so it's really crucial.
I have to say that going first or last is very hard, isn't it, Alessandro? Because either you've got to think very quickly or the good answers have already gone. So the good answer here, I hope, is why would you give the million to us? Because I've already said that what we're doing is unique. And of course, nothing is completely unique. There are 3 or 4 other companies around the world that we've found. That's all. There is no one at this event.
We're going to start question number 6 in the middle with Florian now. Daniel, good that you thought about it. I was just thinking, who thought about this €1 million question? Because you're going to get a really great prize. It's just a little bit below €1 million. But Ute, question number 6, we start with Florian.
Yeah, it's maybe not such a funny question. It's serious. What do you need for your next growth phase?
We need a collaborative development partnership, because that's what we're looking for, to show that we can gain traction and that we found something that is of interest for the industry. So yeah, that's it.
Of course, we need qualified people and money, but at all, we need a mind shift in the official government mindset, decision makers.
We need opportunities to participate in large programs and show with a very small additional cost that the security can be dramatically enhanced. So that doesn't affect the cost overall of those programs, but it really does affect the value of them.
That's a very good question, because at the moment we're looking for a chief operating officer, and so we need him that he can improve our workflows and facilitate everything and help us with the expansion in other cities than Germany. So if there are any COOs out there.
I think actually we need brave people on both sides, like internally and also externally, because we have like a pretty new product and it's quite hard to sell because everybody's like, oh no, the DPOs will be like furious. But actually you should take the chance to adapt new technologies a bit more brave.
So the next question would be, under which circumstances could your startup not make it? I have the bad question today, sorry. Under which circumstances your startup cannot make it?
So if like GDPR wouldn't exist, to be honest, I think we had like a pretty bad stake, and it's actually in renewal phase, but I think it will rather be more strict. But like if regulations change and everybody could like do what they want with data, our business model is like simply not a thing anymore.
Probably for us, this would be if German automotive industry, no offense here, but would have been faster in the past. And these vehicles that we are trying to support in development would already be on the road. Yeah.
To be honest, if everybody would stop breathing, because healthy air is needed.
I think the only way would be if industry genuinely did not take up the advice of the BSI and National Cybersecurity Centre that they have to invest in security right now, small scale and build up. But if they ignore that, then we will struggle, but so will the rest of the ecosystem.
So we have kind of issues to find more riders for our bikes. So we need to develop a really, really nice, most attractive corporate culture that we can hire them, attract them. So if we don't manage to succeed this, then it could be tricky.
So as we want to know almost everything from you and your startup, the next question is, what had the most influence on your startup in the past few months?
Alessandro, we start
what
with you.
What had the most influence?
We got a funding in a couple of months ago from a business angel and from the EFB. So that was a big impact for us, because now we can hire people, developers, marketing colleagues, and that is a whole new world for us and really nice. Yeah.
So it might be like a old thing, but still it's COVID. So like when COVID hit, we had our bases in automotive industry and that was simply non-existent. And so we needed to make a big shift technological wise in terms of using cloud environment, but also pitching to other industries like medical now and public transport. But it all worked well and we doubled in size the last year.
Yeah, we are super early stage, and within the last months, just in September, we received our initial funding, which gave us the opportunity to step out of the prior jobs and now to do this full time. And so that was definitely the best that could happen to us.
Yeah, I would say for us it was also COVID. Internal with culture and collaboration, it was a challenge, but it was also a great opportunity because everybody now thought about health and what you can do with clean air, and we did a lot of analysis how they are interrelated.
Within the last 3 months, I joined 2 months ago, so I think it must be me. But the serious answer is the successful engagement, making friends, developing relationships with 6 port cities around Europe, all of whom want to participate in work with Angoka.
Fabian, is this question number 7 or 8?
It's 9.
9?
The last one from the jury.
Time flies when you're having fun. So go ahead.
So we have for the last question from the jury, you have 40 seconds again, so a bit longer. So if someone writes a newspaper article about you in 5 years, what should it say?
So obviously it's me again, thanks. Paul, that's a tough one, to be honest. Maybe it should say something about that we achieved something which is a solidly running company, and that we overcome several challenges, and that at the end of the day our solution found a way into the industry, enhanced the industry, and yeah, gave the possibility, as I said before, to prevent fatalities when people do stuff that they should not do in real life, and at the other side of the hand, having autonomous mobility solutions that made our lives better. And maybe not putting me in the foreground in this article, but the team that we have behind. And yeah.
I would say the headline should be Havadava enables decision makers globally to ensure healthy air for everybody, and they are taking actions in the right direction.
Do you mind repeating the question? I'm old.
Yeah, for sure.
I remember things.
So if somebody is writing a newspaper article on you or your startup history in 5 years, what should it say?
I'm glad they started in 2021. Is the headline, and in 40 seconds. Thank goodness that we are therefore travelling around in driverless vehicles, that the environment has been improved no end, that we have secure, safe streets to walk around, and generally speaking, everybody is much happier because they feel secure and they feel that they have been able to embrace, accept, and adopt new technologies.
I would say the headline could be like, people more and more don't use the word waste anymore. They use recyclables, and subheadline, Recycle Hero produces from waste nice upcycled products. Something like this, maybe. That's the vision.
For us, it would be that Bright AI supported all the startups and SMEs and big companies in Germany and Europe to actually accelerate on machine learning algorithms, on autonomous driving, etc. And that people can just, like, there's a whole new world of like so many new business models that might be based on video and image data, and that still people can get outside on public places without worrying about anything privacy related or privacy conflicting.
Great, thank you very much. Those were 9 very interesting and curious questions. I think we all learned at the ITS World Congress that new technologies, new modes, new innovations, we all need to try out. We all need to engage. We all need to be part of what's going on, not only at the Congress, but also here on stage. So I said 10 questions. We had 9 now. Guys, you know what's coming up, right? Who has a question that can be the final 10th question to these 5 contestants here up on stage? Is there anybody as bold as these 5 people and has a question? Hands up. Okay. I'll take the lady, if you may allow me. Kirsten.
Hi. So thanks for all those questions and answers so far. My question would be, if you could choose one KPI to steer you for the next, let's make it 3 years, what would it be, and where would you be with that KPI in 3 years?
For us, it would be trust. I'm pretty sure that like we have a new technology that like both parties, like companies and also individuals who might be recorded, find maybe a bit creepy because we generate faces and they look really similar, but they're not the same. But with trust, we can like accelerate everything in our space and also accelerate the use of our technology.
Very good question. I think I would love to have a KPI like a mix of a net promoter score from our customers and our employees, because when they happy, so both of them, then our mission will succeed. So net promoter score, everyone is clear? Yeah, okay.
Thanks. I'm not quite sure whether I'm a friend of KPIs or not, so especially if you look at them for 5 years. So I might offer you the answer that I would put in headcount here, because to build our team, and with this team the company lives, without the team there is no company. I think headcount would something that might drive us for the next 5 years.
I think our KPI would be the numbers of city covered with our solution, and also the number of citizens benefiting from our solution.
I go very simply for the number of Internet of Things enabled devices around the world that are protected and therefore are trusted because they have an embedded or retrofit digital authentication unit from Angoka. And the number I would set would be 250,000.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is worth a round of applause for keeping up with 10 questions. So, I told you that you also have to do something, because not only Ute and Fabian will cast their vote as of now. You probably made your points, write them down. Annabelle is going to collect the winner that you have in mind. But all of you, as we're living in a digital age, all of you can participate in voting now as well. And there is a... Yeah, nice slide coming up. You simply go on www.menti.com. Oh yeah, all right. You simply take your smartphone and scan the QR code. And then there's a code, which actually goes automatically if you scan the QR code. And what I have to do now reminds me a little bit about a guy who ran the most successful TV show in German television for over 20 years. His name is Thomas Gottschalk, and the show was called Wetten, dass. And at the end of each show, he had to ask for the votes and again present for whom to vote, you know, because we heard all these 10 questions. So if your votes on menti.com go for Daniel and his answers and his slide, then you please vote for Angoka. If you think that Barbara has given the best answers over the last half an hour, then please vote for Havadava. Our man from the very first hour here on stage, if you think that Florian and Avis Reality is the one to give your votes for, vote for him. Zina with Brighter AI is also up for the votes, and if you think the best answers and the best presentations over the last days has been given by Recycle Hero, then Alessandro is the person who presents Recycle Hero. So, I think you've been in the spotlight now for half an hour. You may go down and relax a little bit, chill a little bit, have a cold drink, and we'll come up in a few minutes once you all voted. Ute and Fabian will do this not digitally, they will write it down. Now, again, coming back to the teamwork part of things, and all these young people in hoodies and sneakers jumping around here would not have been possible without a few people. And if Annabelle was our team captain over the last, not only week, over the last month, there is a head coach, and he's standing up already. There's a head coach of all of this who made ITS in Hamburg possible. I think 5 years ago, he had the guts to convince a lot of people in Hamburg and Germany to bring the ITS World Congress to Hamburg. And not only on the startup area, but in many, many events and congress spaces. I think I've seen a big smile on your face. Harry Evers, the Managing Director of ITS 2021 in Hamburg. Please give him a warm round of applause. Harry, good to have you. How do you feel? I see you still smiling.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this. Of course, I'm quite happy because a few months ago I little bit believe and hope And at the end, that's so great success now from your side because you are here. And it's possible that you are here. With this 2G option, I think it's a good point forward. And with the enormous positive response from all of you, I'm quite happy, of course. So that's not only my feeling. I think I've got so many positive feedbacks from the exhibitors, from the other colleagues, and today from the public day. So thanks a lot for coming. And hopefully for you also for the last days, it was a good, positive success and the best feeling to come together. And I hope most of you will be this evening together again in the Mojo Club. So thanks a lot from my side and enjoy and best result for you.
Thank you very much, Harry. Thank you also for trusting us in doing this, for convincing Ertico to build what I've said on Tuesday morning, also to build really the largest startup area in the history of an ITS World Congress. My colleagues from the Digital Hub Mobility in Munich and the team here in Hamburg, we had great fun, which, as Harry said, will continue tonight at the Mojo Club. Doors open at 7. You can be assured that we have enough drinks to last the evening. But what else can I talk about? Nothing really, because okay. Look, what would I do without my two beautiful souffleuses, who just said that everybody back on stage, please. Daniel, Barbara, Sina, Florian, Alessandro. You all deserve this. You all made a great impression over the last 3 days. Nonetheless, as Ute and Fabian also decided, only one of you can win what we have in the basket for you. Only one can either join the Digital Hub Mobility in Munich free of charge and get a workspace there, or become part of the Digital Hub Logistics here in Hamburg and have a great new office. Nonetheless,
let me please add one sentence here. This was maybe the hardest jury meeting I've ever had. We had to decide so quickly on 5 topics which are all very relevant and necessary for our future development. So, I mean, this was really a very hard decision. You all deserve this, and maybe we can find some other places in hubs for those who have not won today here. I will try my best with Germany Land of Ideas to connect you and support those who have not made it today.
That's great, Ute. Maybe we can also deepen that conversation at tonight's party. Thanks to the two of you for spending your afternoon here. And while these two ladies here can't stop laughing for whatever reason, I hear that there's some fireworks planned while we announce the winner. And there's a code word that I thought about. I think all the jury votes of Ute and Fabian went together with all of your votes into who is going to become the ITS Startup Champion 2021 now. The winner is Alessandro and Recycle Hero. Wo ist das Schild? Alessandro, you don't get the Champions League trophy, but you get an anchor from Hamburg. Congratulations. And all of you, oh, there's also a second trophy. Congratulations. And party starts at 7, but you can start the drinks now. Congrats to all of you as well for being here. Yeah. So while Alessandro is fully equipped with his trophies and I hold his champagne, this is the end of our official ITS Startup Area program. We'll continue now with another award awarded by Ertico. Stick around if you like, get some drinks. They are still free of charge just around the corner. And who knows? Maybe we see each other in Los Angeles next year, where we may give some advice on how to run such a startup area. Who knows? Congrats to all of you. We make sure that we follow your way, and thanks for being here. Have a great evening and stay safe and sound.
Hello, the show is not over. And after these fantastic awards from the Congress, we have still going on another awards, Ertico Awards. It's about, we have a special program which is called 5G Large Enough. And we have the coordinator amongst us. And within that project, we have a fantastic incubator program running on for startups. And what's now going on is that Mr. Eusebio Catana, Dr. Eusebio Catana, give him an applause, will show the 5G Large Enough and will announce the 5 winners. We'll announce the 5 winners. Go ahead.
Thank you, Frank. What is the future of ITS Europe? Ertico ITS Europe. Gala Startup. We start with 5G Large Enough. So, where is it? So, the history started about 2 years ago when it was organized another ITS Congress. And at that time, together with my colleague Frank and our team, they decided, look, we should also support the innovative startup with grants, with contracts. So, and then the first opportunity that we had in 5G Large Enough, we proposed an open call to select 5 small medium enterprises, 5 innovative startups. And first of all, before to continue, why 5G Large Enough? So I will try to introduce the project, the context, and then at the end, I will present the open call final results, and I will invite the winners on the stage. So 5G Large Enough project, it's for 3 years' time. There are involved top industry partners, involved in automotive and telecom industry mostly, but also in logistics, research institutes, top universities, and so on. What we develop, just a moment. So The objective of this project is to develop new kind of technologies related to ports and logistic hub. In the same time, to optimize the current activities related to ports. One important topic, it's of course the Green Deal requirements. We also propose a specific application related to CO2 emission. In this project, there are involved 3 pilot sites. So one is here in Hamburg, the second one is in Athens, and the third one in Luca Koper, with different applications related to the 5G, to the optimization of transport and logistics using the 5G ecosystem. Then we decided at the beginning of this project to select 5 new small business enterprises. We launched the open call in April this year. We closed the open call after 1 month and a half, and now we are able to present the results. Are you ready to know who are the winners? I didn't hear you. Okay. So first winner, it's a company from Germany, eShuttle. I invite the second, it's other company from Germany, Taxi AD. I don't know if it's from Hamburg or for another city, but they will introduce themselves. The next small business enterprise, it's Roads AI. And there are 2 more winners, Libra AI. I don't know if the representatives are here. And Hellenic Drones. So what is very important, today we announced the winners, so we didn't invite. Today we'll announce they were here at different stands. And now we'll know also the other, we'll inform them and we'll send a formal letter. So applause for the winners. So I have only 2 questions for each. First of all, to present in 2-3 sentences your application. So first question. And the second question, in 3 words, keywords, to describe your technology and the next steps. So we start from this.
Yeah, first of all, thanks that we won this project. We, from TaxiAd, we deliver a call data cap. And with this data cap, we deliver the data, the GPS data and the location data for the green light loop, for truck, and everything. And what are we doing in special is we have a rooftop system who's showing commercial and delivering the position data.
Thank you.
Ja, I will speak in German.
No problem, you can.
Also wir sind die Firma eShuttle. Wir befördern Menschen elektrisch von A nach B und unser Hauptsitz ist in Hannover. Vielen lieben Dank für den Preis. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön.
We are Roads AI. We are building an intelligent traffic guidance system. It's a novel traffic management system. And the idea is to incorporate the network needs into the individual driving decision process.
Okay. We start with you now. Thank you very much. In 3 keywords, the next step from the development and technology standpoint of view. Network, edge.
Network, edge, AI, training the algorithms, building the communication module, and going out to the field.
Okay, thank you. Next one.
Collecting the right data, network, of course, and make it happen.
Thank you. You can say in German, no problem.
Jetzt, ich schließe mich zu den Herren an. Ich bin derselben Meinung. Vielen Dank.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's applause once again. Louder, because we don't hear too much. Thank you very much. So the process will continue. They will sign a contract with our consortium in the next coming days, and they will be part of the consortium. And all these 3 startups will work also in Germany, here in Hamburg, together with the local Hamburg pilot site. Thank you very much. Go, picture.
Thank you, Eusebio, and thank you for introducing this wonderful project that helps our startups to move on with their concepts and work together with the Ertico projects in a European environment, giving them business development possibilities. It is not over. It is not over. We have still 3 awards to go, and it is an honor to invite our CEO from Ertico, Jacob Bansgaard, who is going to announce and deliver 3 awards from a typical other vision. In fact, we have been looking to our team was available during all the sessions that we saw here from the 43 innovators, and we have looked at it from a different perspective. So we have 3 specific awards for 3 winners. Mr. Jacob Bansgaard, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Frank. Well, a lot of prizes today, and I'm particularly proud to announce the winners of our own Ertico ITS Future Startup Program. We've been looking at startups that fit in our Connect, Innovate, Growth program, connecting with the Ertico partnership, innovating through the Ertico activities, and growing, scaling together with us. So, it's really, I have to speak up here. So, we have been looking at this from 3 different angles, and we have 3 winners. We have looked at the technology innovation, so we have looked at what kind of disruptive technologies are being proposed. We have looked at the product innovation, where do we see a business potential for the product, and the market innovation finally, where do we see a recognized consumer interest in the disruptive services proposed. There's a prize for this. So what we are offering to these 3 winners is to participate in our next European ITS Congress, which takes place in Toulouse next spring, summer. And there we are offering an access ticket and a booth in our ITS Congress there. We also offer to have a deep dive session with our Ertico experts to see how can we bring these startups closer to the ITS community run by Ertico. And let's get on with it. Let's have the first winner is in the category of technology innovation. It's a company that on development of machine-to-machine communication against the latest cybersecurity threats, including disruptive technologies such as quantum computing, addressing the compelling need for safety and security of our connected reality. And the winner is Angoka. Hey! And I would like to ask Daniel Rütz to join me on stage, if he is here still. He had to catch a plane, but he's still winning it. Then let's jump immediately to the next one. That's the... you will receive it, Anisbjørn. Excellent. Please. Let's have a picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have the following.
Okay, so we will jump to the product innovation category. There, the winner is providing a very simple product that will immediately enhance safety for roadworks. I saw it just before. Well suited to provide real-time data to road operators and drivers to avoid accidents entering roadworks areas using IoT. And the winner is IoT Baseplate, and I would like to ask Markus Dorn to join me here. There we have the product as well. Just stay there and then we take a picture of all for you. And last but not least, market. We need a market also for these products. And there we have the winner that immediately fulfills a great need to citizens to get rid of their waste, and that has a very socioeconomic impact for creating new jobs and opportunities for a lot of people in the city neighborhoods. And the winner here is Recycle Hero, and presented by Alexandro Coco.
Thank you very much.
And then maybe a picture of all winners.
Also the fitness prize. Live in London? Yes. I live in London. No, no. You come to London.